Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings to everyone. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that the simultaneous translation is on. The participants in the hall can grab their earphones. You got one upon the registration. Dear colleagues, if you're online, on the left of your screen, you see the globe sign, the globe icon. You've got to press it and you've got to select the language, English or Ukrainian. To your convenience, and I suggest that we start our conference, and everyone please stand up. Thank you very much. Please, everybody, take your seats. Please, everybody, take your seats. The topic of our conference, the local government basis here for recovery of Ukraine. All the European institutions that are currently protecting democratic values have said that the local self-government has got to be developed, and this transition reform should be developed for Ukraine to be able to move towards the European Union. I'd like to give the microphone to the ambassador of the EU to Ukraine, Mati Matikasa. So the microphone is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes, we hear you well. Great. Great.
I'm always glad to be in the Association of Ukrainian Cities. For you represent the Ukrainian decentralization community at its best, with bottom-up initiative, proactive approach, and resolve to work both for your own small motherlands and for the Ukrainian state as a whole. The European Union has provided consistent support to decentralization reform from its very outset, both strategically and via our flagship EU Lead with Europe project. Today, decentralization is considered as a signature reform for Ukraine and rightly quoted as among the major achievements of your country after the Revolution of Dignity. And these solemn concepts have a very practical meaning as well. Firstly, In Ukraine, under the full-scale Russian invasion, municipalities played a key role in maintaining the resilience of the country. They have managed to mobilize popular support, reset basic social services, help organize voluntary territorial defense, and receive a large number of displaced persons. Secondly, in the EU enlargement context, decentralization can play a very important role in what we call good governance. Effective multi-level governance can help candidate countries meet the Copenhagen criteria, and thus it's part of the European Commission's assessment under the annual enlargement report. The first report on Ukraine will be published in October this autumn, in October. Thirdly, and what is particularly relevant in the context of today's conference, local self-government and decentralization are instrumental for the effective recovery of Ukraine. For the effective recovery, we need a well-structured plan with Ukrainian ownership, and it should also ensure whole of the country approach and thus a fair distribution of the means for reconstruction. That takes making full use of the achievements of the decentralization reform. The last weeks have brought important developments on the recovery track. The London conference and the presentation of the European Commission's proposal for the Ukraine facility for 50 billion euros for the years from 2024 to 2027. I can already tell, and this features prominently in its specific provisions, municipalities should be instrumental for effective implementation of this new strategic instrument. In the coming weeks, the European Union will work at high speed, both internally and with the Ukrainian partners, to bring this facility, this new money into operation. There will be a lot of down-to-earth work where we count on the proactive and constructive ideas coming from the local level in Ukraine on how to benefit from the potential. And I'm sure that throughout the panels today, the participants can bring the best of their contributions. Local leaders, representatives of the central executive, members of Verkhovna Rada and municipal association from the rest of Europe. The European Union will keep up its support all along the way. I wish you all productive discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador, for your support, for supporting Ukraine and for supporting local self-governance of Ukraine. Decentralization couldn't be possible without the Association of Cities of Ukraine, which accompanies all the reforms and keeps on being the inspirator for the local Romatas and communities and towns and cities. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for having paid attention to this. Now I'd like to give the microphone to the head of the Associations of Ukraine, who represents 1009 communities, Kyiv City Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. First and foremost, I would like to greet all those who are participating in this conference and all those who are present in this very audience, those who are present online. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear guests, everybody. Greetings. A year ago, we got together in this very audience, in this very hall, for a forum, the recovery of Ukraine, the recovery of communities. You remember that? I hope you do. So back then, it was for the first time ever since the full-scale invasion, ever since the war started, we were discussing the recovery of Ukraine, the restoration of Ukraine, and we approved of the manifesto to support on the side of the communities of the EU countries of giving to Ukraine the status of a future member in the EU, which is a very important thing. It was resolved positively back then, and we're so much happy now, and we're pretty much aware that we're on the right track. And I would like to express my gratitude, deepest gratitude to all our partners, communities of Europe, for supporting us on this path. Ukraine has been given the candidate member to enter the EU, which is so much important for all of us here. And today we are fighting against the aggressor for our independence and for the future of Ukraine. Everybody is aware how heroic the Ukrainian servicemen and women are at the front line. And we, all of us, we who represent the local self-governance, we are providing for the people who live in big towns, small towns, settlements, villages in our country. And this is another front line that a lot of challenges are there, and this front is something that is so much important as the combat front line. We've got to, on the legislation level, we've got to make those changes, introduce those amendments which allow Ukraine in the future not only to become a UN member and a NATO member, but also will secure all the dwellers, all the citizens of Ukraine of decent living standards, job opportunities, employment standards, and European democratic standards. This is a key thing. This is my key wish. And preparing for those changes is something that we shouldn't be doing sometimes in the future, but even as we speak, and the local communities should have enough resources, mandates to secure their territories, to secure the safety of the territories and the people who live there. We've got to build up the state governance system for the one our servicemen and servicewomen are fighting for. We shouldn't be forgetting what they are all fighting for the front line. Their families are here, they live here, and we are responsible for their families. The key rules have got to be something that our country should follow. These rules are democracy, the principles of democracy, just and fair, independent, let me underline, independent courts, simple regulations in economy, transparent taxation system, clear distribution of mandates and responsibilities. The local governance should be just like those of the developed countries of Europe. And I would like to draw your special attention to the following the changes that the European Parliament pronounced 2 weeks ago on the 15th of June. The condition for the integration of Ukraine into EU, the European Parliament says the reform, and the ambassador has just said that the decentralization reform and the local self-governance development reform should happen. This is just like has happened in all the democratic countries of Europe. And in addition to that, the European Parliament summons the Ukrainian Parliament to reform our local self-governance and use the decentralization achievements in the recovery effort in Ukraine, and also pays attention to further cooperation of the Association of the Towns of Ukraine with the European Alliance, the regions and the towns for recovery of our country.
And we will every day use all our efforts to strengthen our cooperation with European colleagues, because the local authorities are the ones who ensure democratic governance, transparency, and open decision making. They ensure public participation in resolving issues which relate to their life, to our life. So the position of local authorities is united, has been developed by the Association of Ukrainian Cities, taking into account European experience and democratic principles. This position is being supported by our international partners. And this position has to become the basis to continue decentralization reforms and European law integration in implementation in Ukraine if you wish to join the EU and NATO. I have said this already, but I'd like to emphasize once again, local authorities in all democratic nations of the world is built from the bottom up and not the other way around. Not the other way around, as some people imagine it being and try to make it work like that, because the basis of democracy is self-governance, and it's also the basis for the development of our nation. We have to work today together, uniting our efforts. We have many challenges. We have to do everything possible together to bring victory closer and to continue implementing reforms and democratic change. Nobody else will do this, no one but us. We have a great responsibility on us. We in local authorities are the basis of the future democratic future of our nation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vitaly Volodymyrovich. The decentralization reform wouldn't happen without parliament decisions, without the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. It's important for us, for the parliament continues to create conditions for sustainable development of communities. And I'd like to give the floor to Alexander Kornienko, the first deputy head of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Please, Alexander Sergeyevich. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, it's great. To meet you. I usually I agree with Mr. Student Ambassador. It's a great pleasure to take part in such events. I'd like to welcome everyone, all of the guests today, MPs. Of course, this isn't the first time, and I'm not the last, when we are talking about the legal basis of work of our authorities, local authorities. Of course, the Verkhovna Rada will always be working on this very seriously, and because we understand that the decentralization reform has several very important parts, very important preconditions, one of which is the change in legislation, because according to the 1996 Constitution and all of the amendments which were made up to and including 2015, Ukraine was a centralized nation, and the changes started by the previous team. We're thankful for this and for what our team has started. They were directed for this level of centralization to reduce slowly, steadily, and when the time has come and the society was ready, we would make some revolutionary changes, such as new rayon distribution and implementation of the Hromada system everywhere with that special budgetary concern. This gave us a strong basis, and every expert agrees, and our European partners agree that the level of involvement of the communities in the defense of our nation, which our local authorities have displayed in the terrifying February and that's terrifying spring. It's true that all of the Hromadas had their resources, and they have been working with new resources, budgets, new opportunities. Of course, we remember that the capacity level is not the same. A lot of people require aid, and the mechanisms are working, but we understand that a lot. And what we have given the responsibilities, we've shifted the resources, has inspired our armadas, our people, to be more self-reliant, more responsible, to be more responsible for their other places they live in, which were as shown last year in the February and spring last year. And the communities keep showing that when they work with the defense forces in regions on the contact line, near the contact line where massed shellings are going on, we see that all of these services, all municipal services, and in regions where there are military administration, where they don't have military administration, they keep working, evacuate people, like with the terrible terroristic act on the Kakhovka Dam, and they fulfill all of the everything they are supposed to do according to the law of Ukraine. And yesterday, actually, one of the news we saw after the terrible attack in Lviv, 10 people have died. People give great feedback that since 6 a.m., 1 hour after the shelling, all of these services of the Lviv municipal administration, all municipal services have been working, spent the entire day there to combat the consequences of the attack. This is the examples which have to inspire us and prepare us to what Mr. Ambassador and Natalia Vladimirovich said, that the decentralization reform will be one of the main bases or parts of our European integration. This will be implemented through several programs, projects. We can talk about this separately. I think this will be discussed in panels today. Of course, the cooperation part between our European Commission and Ukraine through informal organizations, third sector is very important. So we're thankful for the implementation of these projects, GZ and the other projects. So we are thankful, not just the EU, but also USA, the other donors and specific nations which have supported and will keep supporting the decentralization reform. Why are we thankful to the GEZ project specifically? Because one of the more risky parts, which we all know, but before the respectable audience of local authority, as I'll say more diplomatically, that we need to work on the improvement of our managerial qualities and location for everyone, local authorities, central authorities, and the level of capacities of central authorities has to grow. That's why the Verkhovna Rada has made a decision to pass the revolutionary law on the service and local authorities, it wasn't just passed in dialogue with the Association of Local Authorities. It has conclusions of the local authority association, which are involved in the legislative drafting process. This is one of the examples which we will use in other sectors, but decentralization and local authorities became pioneers to in the practice of local inclusive passing of the laws. We think we will have news about the president signing it. We will start implementing it then, because this law directly influences the law of capacity of our local authorities, and we would like it to be high everywhere, not just in the big cities where you can involve human resources, not just in Kyiv, where there are there's a lot of competition for local authority positions, but even in our most remote small communities, Romadas, where the issue often is to find a qualified person for the position. But we will work to create such stimuli and for you to be able to raise your capacity all the time. This is also one of the examples of how we will work. This is our strategy. Our local authority strategy is in choice. There are global challenges, there are changes to constitutions, which we have to pass to finish the legislative part of local authority transformation. There are sets of 10 draft laws. We'll know about all of them. They're part of regulation of local authorities, sectoral changes, budgetary changes, and the taxation registration issues. Maybe we should shift them downwards a bit. We had these discussions before the war, before the full-scale invasion, and we will continue having them. And while as the situation with Ukraine's survival will improve, and so we welcome such conferences. We welcome the esteemed community. Verkhovna Rada will get involved to the next panels, and we will keep discussing all of the issues which are interesting to local authorities. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Sergeyevich. With our joint efforts, Ukraine will become a full-fledged member of the EU. And we will do everything possible for that. Real friends show themselves when there are issues and you require aid. Such aid by Ukrainian municipal civil society is being provided by our partners from all the entire democratic world, and we are very thankful for that. And this conference organized as part of the project implemented by the EU with the EU lead program in Europe. I'd like to give floor to Andrea Horvat, deputy head of the program, head of the Sustainable Development Department of the EU lead organization in Europe. Mr. Horvat.
Дуже дякую всім, dear Ambassador Masikas, dear Mayor Klitschko, dear participants. On behalf of ULEAD with Europe, I am really delighted to welcome you at the conference dedicated to the strengthening of local self-government as a basis for EU accession and restoration of Ukraine. Indeed, Ukraine local self-government has confirmed its capacity for effective self-organization and resilience in crisis situation, which is the result of the successfully implemented decentralization reform. I'm proud to say that since 2016, ULEAD with Europe was part of this process as we significantly supported the establishment of multi-level government system in Ukraine. However, there is a need to further strengthen local government institutions by ensuring their transparent governance architecture, accountability, and financial management. Hromadas should have the opportunity and capacity to be part of the reconstruction process under the principle of building better. The ULEAD with Europe program continues to provide comprehensive support to local self-government in Ukraine through our initiative, Bridges of Trust, which is one of the main pillars of the program's work, and after the full-scale invasion is aimed at promoting the recovery and reconstruction of Ukrainian Hromadas and strengthening their relations with European municipalities in the light of European integration processes. Bridges of Trust is focused on partnership projects between Ukrainian and EU member state municipalities. Moreover, municipal project preparation facility was established to provide expertise to support municipalities with the preparation of technical documentation for reconstruction projects. I'm confident that in the long run, the results of our joint work will be more valuable as partnerships will have facilitated as the partnership we have facilitated will turn from bridges to foundations, a strong basis of the future for Ukraine. The organization of this conference shows that the dialogue and cooperation contribute to the further strengthening of the decentralization reform. This is our main goal, and I'm convinced that we can achieve it together. In conclusion, I would like to wish all participants a fruitful and constructive discussion and express belief that the results of this conference will highlight the important role of Ukrainian Hromadas in the recovery process and underline the importance of local self-government for the democratic and sustainable development of Ukraine in line with the European Charter of Local Self-Government. Thank you for your attention. I wish everyone fruitful work today. May it bring new inspirations for you and new achievements. Slava Ukraini!
Дуже вам дякуємо, пане Хорвате.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horvath. Thank you very much for participating in today's conference, and thank you for your systematic assistance to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador, First Deputy of the Head of the Parliament, Mr. Horvath, and all those who are with us. I'd like to remind you the following. In the materials hands out, those who are in the audience, you have the draft of our manifesto that we're planning to approve of following the results, following obtaining of the results achieved during the meetings of the kind. And should you have more proposals or ideas, additions to this manifesto, during today's meeting, you can submit them either in written or write in the chat or give your proposals to the organizers so that we'll be able to improve it before the conference is over. For those who are online with us, you will be forwarded now via the chat the draft of the manifesto, and you will be able to get acquainted with it and provide your proposals or edit it. Those who are in the audience, in your folders, there's a questionnaire. This is an exclusive possibility for those who are currently in Kyiv. You can fill in those questionnaires for your communities to be able to participate with greater international cooperation and be able to engage your workers into the cooperation with their colleagues from the European Union countries, and you will also be able to participate in the documentary on the local governance en route of Ukrainians in Euro integration, which is so much important for all of us. So please fill in those questionnaires, and please, once you fill them in, hand them in to the organizers. So the introduction part is over now. Now I suggest that the moderator of the first panel discussion, Alexander Sinkevich, the mayor of the city of Mykolaiv. Are you here, Alexander Fedorovich? Are you with us? I don't see. Are you with us? Yes. Alexander Fedorovich, please, it's all yours now. Now, Mr. Klitschko and I will now go to the audience and take our seats in the audience. Those who are online, 2 minutes of technical break, and panel 1 will continue in 2 minutes time from now. Please stay tuned.
Олександр Сінкевич, я Миколаївський міський голова.
Mykolaiev's mayor. Usually I'm a member of the panel, but I think that I speak a lot, so I've been elected to be the moderator for the panel. I will speak less, I will pronounce fewer words, but I will introduce my guests now. So the panel discussion, which is to take place now, is called the Restoration Committees in the Context of European Integration of Ukraine, and we've got lots of online guests. Viona von Kraun, the Deputy Head Delegation European Parliament of Parliament Committee Association Ukraine EU, the Deputy Head. She's been supporting Ukraine for a long time, and I know her personally, and I can tell her that she's a German person with Ukrainian roots, I call her. Then we have Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. She's the head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine on the integration of Ukraine into the European Union. Then we listen to Georg Milbrand, Special Envoy of the Government of the Federal Republic of Germany on the reforms of government and decentralization of Ukraine. Then we will listen to Nina Ratialainen, member of the European Committee of Regions, the working group on Ukraine. She's from the municipality of Turku in Finland. Then we'll have Kelman Zayazi, Executive Director of the Networks of Associations of Local Authorities of Southeastern Europe, and Maroš Sagan, from Slovakia municipality of Sifer. And along with me in the offline, there is Elena Sidorenko. Have I pronounced your last name correctly? Yes, you have. Orzhitsky village head. I'm not sure. All those feminitives that are currently introduced into the Ukrainian language, whether we should say the head of headris, I'm not sure about it, but so, and there's also some time allocated to Q&A session, so each and every contribution shouldn't exceed the limit of 5 minutes time to 7 minutes time, the maximum. Let's stick to the agenda, and I would like to start with that during our panel discussion, there'll be discussed the priorities of the development of local self-government as the basis for the democratic society within the context of the integration of Ukraine into the European Union. And we'd like to talk about the importance of the recovery of the communities that is in the Parliament, the European Parliament document of 2 weeks ago, on the restoration of Ukraine and ability to Ukraine further join the NATO and the EU. So it's over to Viola von Kreiman, the head, deputy head of the delegation European Parliament, Ukraine EU. So Viola, it's all yours now.
Well, thank you so much, dear Alexander, and a very warm welcome today from Berlin, where I actually will be on a panel very soon on a twin city conference. So Kharkiv and Berlin, one part of, and very warm welcome from Germany, from Berlin, where conference will take place between 2 twin cities, Berlin, Kharkiv. And where we also, the same as you do with some cities in Denmark and with Hanover, try to integrate the local level into the EU structures. You have mentioned, and some of the others have mentioned, that Ukraine is on a very good path towards the European Union. The Ukrainian Rada has adopted a lot of laws, even and despite the war. I think the ambition and the workload which has been done during the last weeks and months is enormous and is really highly appreciated by each and everyone in the European Union and in many member states and many capitals. So we see there is a huge political will from everyone, from the local level, from the national level, from different institutions to comply with the standards and the criteria. What from our side is important, and that's why we have included that in our last resolutions, is not to forget when it comes to the reconstruction phase, when it comes to disseminating money, programs, funds, to make sure that we have institutions, decentralized institutions, which can absorb the money and the programs and the funds as well. The dissemination and the fiscal institutions on the local level is extremely important. And that's why we here in Berlin, the capital, in the government, but also in the European institution, focus very much on strengthening the mayors, the local administration, the local councils, and make sure that our reforms, which happened in 2014, 15, 16 with the ULEAD program, will not be not just destroyed, but will not be forgotten. For us, it is absolutely clear the money cannot be disseminated through one ministry. It needs the local structures. It needs well educated and competent people on the ground. It needs mayors like you, who have a lot of experience, who have the connection, who have peer groups on the ground, who know what the basic needs of the people is, but also how the infrastructure in the rural areas, in the cities, outside of Kiev should look like, who have the direct contact to the companies on the ground, but also to the citizens, and who know and understand fully what kind of services are needed. Not everything is about building roads and building new buildings or new infrastructure. It's also about the soft power of Ukraine, and therefore you have to understand how regions, in particular, how cities function. And that's why we have also included one paragraph on this draft law, on the law 5655 in our last resolution. For us, it is clear if the Association of Ukrainian Cities, if the Association of Ukrainian Architects, a lot of NGOs object this draft law, Ukrainian Rada, but especially the president, should reconsider whether this is of any help for a transparent reconstruction phase. And that is one of our main concerns. We need to make sure support for Ukraine stays at this level. We need to make sure that our taxpayers, be it in Germany, be it in the European Union, be it in other international capitals, stays at this way. And therefore we need integrity, and we need scrutiny, and we need a good oversight. With people like you and many other mayors, we have direct contact. We can have a better control, a good monitoring. We see the output. We see the spent money, taxes immediately. And that's what will be important when we look at this long-term reconstruction phase, but also the build-up of the institutions in Ukraine. With this, I would like to close for today. I wish you all a very successful conference. I was glad to be the speaker of this conference. I have been there 2 years ago in Odessa, enjoyed it very much to talk to many of you, many of these highly appreciated mayors who have now done a terrific job during wartime. I definitely will come to Ukraine soon in July. Hope to meet you and some other of your colleagues then. But for now and for today, I wish you all the best, and you can count on me. You can count on my colleagues in the European Parliament, but also a lot of people here from Berlin wishes you all the best and best wishes and a lot of strength and power. Thank you.
Thank you, Viola. Thank you for
Shoot.
help to Ukraine, everything that you do, and I hope we will see each other in this conference next year in peaceful Ukraine. So, ми продовжуємо.
Now we will continue, and I would like to, speaking about the European integration and leads to the work of the Parliament of Ukraine. This is something that Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze will tell us about. She's the head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine on the integration of Ukraine into the European Union. So, Ivana, it's all yours now.
Yes, but I'm very thankful to the colleagues from the Association of Ukrainian Cities for organizing discussions, starting to work with the tools we can use today on every level to move to our common goal, our dream, European integration, as quickly as possible. All of you know that we have received the historic decision by the EU to give the candidate status to Ukraine, this which happened also thanks to the efforts of the Ukrainian defenders to the heroism in defending against the Russian attack, and all the work which was done since 2014 with all representatives of different governments and civil society. and we understand this is for us to better implement our strategic goal. We have to also actively work together. We'll have the process on the 7 conditions to be fulfilled. We would like for it to be absolutely positive. We have other homework to do, which we to do as quickly as possible, and this will also be the goal for the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the parliament, and the executive branch, and local authorities and civil society as well. We very much hope that we will manage to mobilize the society on every level so that we could this summer to start this discussion on membership. This will allow us to receive additional tools which we will be able to use in our way to the EU, and we expect that by September Verkhovna Rada will fulfill their task, and we will have a positive evaluation from the European community. Also like to say that the European community today is in discussion about new type of aid to Ukraine on how in the following 4 years to support Ukraine financially as much as possible. And what's important among the types of aid of this aid includes also the preservation, development of democratic processes in Ukraine, and also the specific role of local authorities. So our colleagues understand how strong of a basis for every nation is decentralization, democratic management on location. They will help us develop the capacities of the communities themselves, and we expect that you will also be able to utilize the new tools, and the state will be able to provide you with the knowledge, additional skills to come with new projects, how to implement new projects, how to interact with our partners on Hromada level, regional level. I'm convinced that everything will be able to do everything, and on our way to membership and our strategic goal to become a strong, influential European nation and to come back to our family. Thank you very much, Ivana, for joining us today. In recording, she has mentioned that for us, local authorities, there are tools prepared, and I also like to tell our parliamentaries that when developing any kind of tool for a local authority, you need to sometimes at least discuss with the local authorities for these tools not to be something we've already worked with and deemed ineffective. So this dialogue has to happen all the time, and I think that the Association of Ukrainian Cities is the space for this dialogue to happen. The AUC has proved that it's a lobbyist of these issues in real cases where they protected societies from money drain, additional financial strain, other things which all of us are using today. As such, we've deemed, as always, they're allowed to give the floor for us to share their experience of resolving issues with the European institution development in accordance with the European standards. Also, the floor of the special representative of the Federal Republic of Germany in issues of local authorities and decentralization in Ukraine. I'd like to thank Professor Milbrat for the efforts which he has dedicated for many years to the development of local authority in Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Georg, and please, the floor is yours.
Dear participants of the conference, thank you very much for the invitation to this meeting. I'm very sorry that I cannot actively participate in person or by video conference. Fortunately, the organizers made it possible that I can contribute some ideas to this discussion by this pre-recorded statement. As we all know, the decentralization reform with the creation of capable Romadas with self-government was the most successful reform since the Revolution of Dignity, and the most popular reform as well, according to many polls among Ukrainian citizens. However, this reform is still unfinished, as some important legislation could not be achieved before the full-fledged Russian aggression last year. Since then, Ukraine must concentrate all efforts to win the war, to liberate occupied territories, and to protect the civilian population from Russian terror attacks. The Ukrainian constitution does not allow constitutional amendments during the period of martial law. Therefore, necessary amendments for completing the decentralization reform, especially on the local level, are not yet possible. In war times, a certain degree of centralization is inevitable, but it should be restricted to what is necessary. The inconceivable devastation of the territory, the destruction of infrastructure, economy, and residential property require an enormous effort of reconstruction by the Ukrainian people on all levels of government, as well as an extensive support by foreign donors. To achieve the desired and necessary EU membership, Ukraine should fulfill the accession criteria and change its legal and partly its administrative system in line with the acquis communautaire as soon as possible. Therefore, the necessary final step of your decentralization process, the restoration of local democracy in the occupied territories, the physical reconstruction, and the adaptation to European legal and institutional standards should not be seen as separate actions, but as one comprehensive, integrated effort of Ukraine, including all levels of government and the whole population. And this effort must be prepared now, during the war, not wasting precious time. What does it mean for the Romadas and the Association of Local Self-Government? As your current constitution, written in the first post-communist years, is lagging behind the already completed steps of the decentralization reform, Ukraine should amend the constitution after the end of martial law. The amendment should clearly define, guarantee, and protect local self-government and in line with the European standard and practice. The EU and its member states respect and guarantee the principle of subsidiarity, a bottom-up approach based on the citizens nearer to the people. Changes in ordinary law are necessary as well as to strengthen local self-government. This includes a stable financial foundation with sufficient tax revenues by local taxes and duties, a guaranteed share in the national personal income tax, as well as unconditional grants to balance fiscal needs. Conditional grants should be based on objective need and conditions and distributed in a fair and transparent procedure. The fiscal equalization system should be further developed to improve the situation of poor Romadas with low tax revenue, especially those in the periphery and in economically distressed areas. Romadas must be able to influence the social and economic development. This includes the important right to regulate how the land within the municipality or the municipal boundaries can be used, respecting interests of the central government, for instance, military, administrative needs, central infrastructure, and regional policy. A new comprehensive approach is necessary, which clearly defines the role of local self-government, the proprietors, the inhabitants, and the central state. The future legal reform should address the legal status of Romadas too. In all EU countries, they are legal persons under public law and not their organs, like in Ukraine. According to the European concept based on Roman law, the Romada is a special corporation uniting the people living on the territory. They elect their organs, mostly councils and mayors, who act on behalf of the legal person, Romada, within clearly defined internal good governance structures. Only in Belarus and Russia, the Romada has no legal personality like in communist time. You are, so to speak, in the wrong club. For successful post-war reconstruction, in intensive cooperation of all levels of government based on mutual trust is essential. This includes citizens and businesses as well. Local governments should be responsible and able to restore their infrastructure. The central government and its offices should support this by grants, co-financing, and advice. I suggest that the Association of Local Governments should be consulted, better included in the decisions concerning the internal management of donor money, its distribution, prioritization, application, and approval procedures. All allocations of funds should follow fair and transparent rules based on objective needs and damage assessments. In using donor money, a certain degree of flexibility on the local level is necessary to adapt reconstruction to the needs of the population, to exchange projects because of changes in needs, for instance, demography, structures, and technology. Even before the war, the existing infrastructure did often not correspond to the real needs because of internal migration, rural depopulation, economic developments, etc. The same applies for the funding of all sorts of local services connected with post-war problems, for instance, the IDP problem. There are some ideas for your discussion. The EU accession process and the post-war reconstruction requires further far-reaching changes. Despite your untold misery and immense sacrifices in the war, you have the change to catch up now. We, your Western neighbors, have the duty to support you as much as possible to win the war, to secure your identity, independence, and democracy, to become an important and valuable member of our union, and hopefully to establish a stable new peace order on our common continent. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Gil Mirbet, for your kind words, for your support, and for promoting Ukraine into the European Union, helping you. You're our lobbyist. And I'd like to say that the city of Mykolaiv, over the times of war, has established 7 twinning with other cities. Over this period of time, we received lots of help and support, and we're looking for more partners all over the world. And currently, we're trying to find partners in the UK, the US, and definitely twinning or sistership is based on the peculiarities of the towns and cities. Mostly, they should be port cities, just like Mykolaiv is a port city. And no matter what, all the support that we receive, we've been receiving, and we will receive. The procurement is based on the rules of the institutions that these towns and countries define. This means that the city of Mykolaiv has received support for more than $1 billion of Ukrainian hryvnias, but it hasn't spent a single Ukrainian penny, kopic. on our own. So we say we don't need money. We say we don't need money because Russia has spent billions of US dollars to turn Ukraine into a corrupt state, to hold Ukraine's will of becoming EU member state, and we haven't heard any corruption scandals in Russia, Belarus. Are there any? I think there are. No one speaks about them. There's no anti-corruption tools in those countries. In Ukraine, there are scandals, means that we use those tools and we go on fighting corruption. I would also like to say that the approach of this cooperation is what our partners like, and they help us. So I suggest that look and find partners. This is the right time. We were afraid to being beggars before the war started. Now we need support. It's not begging, but this is asking for support, for help from the partners who are stronger. So a slightly weak Ukraine is asking for assistance. Now we'd like to talk about the European Union experience, and we'd like to listen to Nina Ratilainen, member of the European Committee of Regions, working groups on Ukraine, the municipality of Turku, Finland. It's all yours, Nina.
Koroshi Den, good day to you all from Finland, said from Turku. Actually, we are nearly celebrating our first anniversary of sister city contract with the city of Kharkiv. So I warmly welcome you to find new sister cities in Europe, throughout Europe. We are very happy to have sister cityhood with Ukrainian cities. I would like to warmly thank the Association of Ukrainian Cities, our very valuable partner in Ukraine, for the invitation to participate in this conference and the panel discussion. I think this discussion is very timely and useful, as now all international partners of Ukraine start to realize really the need to firmly link the reconstruction process with the future accession of country to the European Union. As you know, we in the Committee of the Regions closely work with Association of Ukrainian Cities and other partners from Ukraine and European Union, also in the framework of the European Alliance of Cities and Regions for the Reconstruction of Ukraine. I think that we can be proud also for the work of the Alliance, which represents an important platform for exchange of good practices and political exchange among partners and a variety of stakeholders. Not by chance, the added value of the Alliance was also recognized by the European Parliament in its last resolution on Ukraine in June. Only yesterday, we had a political meeting of the Alliance in Brussels, and in this context, we discussed the outcome of the recent Ukraine Recovery Conference that took place in London on June. And we recall the important joint recommendations from the workshop on strengthening the role of local and regional governments in Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction process, which took place in Brussels in May. The recommendations were undersigned by all co-organizers, including the European Commission and the OECD, as well as the Ukrainian government, and they can be seen as a common roadmap for the way forward. Both these two events highlighted that effective decentralization and the consolidation of the achievements of administrative reform in Ukraine so far are to be key ingredients on the ongoing reconstruction efforts. The Alliance, in the other words, the committee and its partners, will continue to make this point in all appropriate European and international fora to come. In the meeting of the Alliance, we also exchanged with representatives from the European Commission on the most recent developments concerning Ukraine's preparation for EU membership, namely the oral assessments on the progress of Ukraine in meeting the 7 steps for opening the accession negotiations, and the proposal of establishing a Ukraine facility to ensure predictable and sustainable financing for the country until 2027. The European Commission indicated that it will be delivering its comprehensive report on Ukraine in autumn, most probably in the second half of October. as part of its annual enlargement package. When it comes to the Ukraine facility, the European Commission would like to see adopted by the co-legislators and enter in force by the 1st January 2024. Now, along with other EU institutions, the Committee of the Regions is starting to work on opinion on Ukraine facility in October as well. Our preliminary assessment on the facility for Ukraine is very positive because there is a recognition that the decentralization reform needs to be at the heart of the reconstruction process, which we think is very important, and that subnational authorities, in particular municipalities, have to be closely associated and consulted in this process. The facility, furthermore, envisaged financial support for capacity building of stakeholders, including civil society organizations and local authorities. The first important step and challenge will be to win also the support of the EU member states to the facility that would ensure up to 50 billion euros of assistance to Ukraine, covering approximately 45% of financial needs until 2027. The next step will be to ensure that the facility's proper implementation is taking place. In this regard, it's worth noting that the government of Ukraine will have to present a detailed plan in close consultation with European Commission, providing its vision for the recovery of the country and outlining the reforms it intends to undertake in the EU accession process. I believe strongly that this provides a unique opportunity for the Ukrainian local and regional authorities to really make your voice heard from the very start of the reconstruction process and on the way to EU accession. From our side, as the Committee of the Regions, we have to work closely with the European Commission and continue to insist that local and regional authorities are properly involved in the preparation of the plan and receive the necessary assistance to be prepared to receive and manage efficiently international funds and investments. However, it is very important to note that financing through the facility comes with conditions, a conditionality intended to ensure that the funds are managed in a proper way, that much needed money will not go to waste. Mayors and civil servants at local level must also do their part and can, avoiding the temptation of corruption that might be there and denunciation mismanagement, which could damage the reputation of the facility. Before I close, I would like to refer to another initiative that has been born out of these collaborations between Association of Ukrainian Cities and the Committee of the Regions, that is summer camps for Ukrainian children. I think that this is a very successful initiative, very concrete one, and it has ensured relaxing holidays for many Ukrainian children away from the horrors of the war for a while in European cities. It is very symbolic, but for individuals, a great ray of light that shows the tangible terms, the solidarity between EU cities and regions to their Ukrainian peers. In the Committee of the Regions, we will continue to support our partners, you in Ukraine, and I hope that we will have a very good relationship in coming months when we are planning towards implementation of the facility with our EU institutions. Дякую, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nina. I would like to give the microphone now to share their experience of the municipalities that have gone through the Euro integration process. And this is something that Kelmit Zayezi will share with us, the Executive Director of the Networks of the Associations of Local Authorities of Southeastern Europe. Kelmit, it's all yours now.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I mean, by inviting Nalas here, you recognize the relevance of the experience of local governments in Southeast Europe. sharing a very similar contextual background. So in the last decade or two, the local governments have gone through a reconciliation process after Balkan armed conflicts, but also in the same time going through the EU integration process and decentralization. Just for your information, all of Balkan peace agreements that ended the wars in the Balkans, they have decentralization embedded as a part of the peace agreements. So the experience is particularly relevant, and I would like to highlight a couple of messages which show how the process of EU integration and all these overlapping processes can also have a risk of putting out the relevance of local governments in the processes. First, in the EU accession process, the approach of the Commission is fundamentals first, which is the right approach. It is about, it gives emphasis to rule of law, to building democratic institutions. But in the other hand, sometimes it's forgotten that these democratic institutions means also local government. Public administration reform, for instance, in the Balkans now, it is focused on central government public administration reform, and gradually, in the years that have passed in our EU integration path in the Balkans, the role of local governments and their associations have been on standby almost, and so so our appeal is. Let's take the fundamentals, the human rights, rule of law, and democratic institutions. Let's not forget the importance of local governments in all these, because all these European values and European way of life and the European the commitment to European way of building institutions, of state building, is related to the principles of subsidiarity, of multi-level governance, and so on. But this can only happen if the role of local government associations is provided from the outset, a strong role in the process. It should not be expected that the central government will provide this role to civil society and to local governments on its own, but this needs to be designed in the development process. We know that 70% of acquis communautaire needs to be implemented by local governments, and therefore they need to understand what are the European policies and how these translate into their role in society. In delivering public services. The pre-accession support is organized through the national IPA coordinator, which is usually a minister of EU integration. And here it is expected that the NIPAC will involve local governments, but these most often it doesn't really happen. So our appeal is that in designing the pre-accession support, in supporting the reconstruction resources in Ukraine, the local government associations should have the National Local Government Association, and in this case, Association of Ukrainian Cities, as should be provided to the seats in all the decisions. There will be huge needs for investments, and there will not be enough resources. So the national associations plays the main role in having a consensus among mayors. Where should be the priority given? What will be a fair distribution of funds? So these should not be top down, because if it's top down, it will never be fair. let the mayors first digest all these proposals and decisions among themselves, and then enter into multi-level governance and negotiation with the government and the other actors in defining the priorities. And the last thing I want to mention is that the direct involvement of local governments as actors in development needs to go hand by hand with also a fair fiscal decentralization. If the fiscal decentralization does not happen, the local governments will not be able to become development actors, because they will be struggling with delivering their basic services. And so that's why it is so important that the fiscal decentralization goes in parallel with all these other processes, EU integration and reconstruction. And here again, the National Association has the crucial role. And once the local governments are effectively engaged in reconstruction, this will mean that their own capacities will, their staff capacities to handle complex projects at local level will be increased. Our message is there are no consultancy companies, there are no outside actors that can substitute the internal capacities of local governments. This is where the focus should be made, and the approach of ULEAD and all other actors in mobilizing this peer-to-peer support of European cities for Ukrainian cities is the right approach, because this is the way the capacities of local governments, of administration of local governments, will be there to enter one by one in all these important projects that are ahead of us. I'm very optimistic about the future because we have a very strong partner there, the Association of Ukrainian Cities, and we have a big commitment of all European actors, including the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, CMR, Committee of Regions, NALAS, all other networks and cities are there to support this process. Thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Дякую, Кельмент, за вашу участь.
Thank you very much, Clement, for your participation. Please stay online. Maybe our colleagues will have questions to you. But now I would also like to emphasize that the decentralization process should be concentrated, especially after the war, on financial decentralization, because today regions and territories, which include amalgamated territorial communities, cities, etc., don't have their own financial resources to compete with each other by creating separate economic zones, special economic zones, industrial parks, technological parks. So we don't have anything to offer to compete with each other. Of course, the territories which will stay closer to the border will always lose out to the territories closer to the west, to the center, without such economic tools. Today, these territories are standing, staying, working, getting overgrown instead of creating additional value and money for their communities. I would think that we are talking exclusively with local with AI, with modern technologies, because no one's here. But there is my colleague, a representative of a community which is preparing to European integration. She will tell us about the project Bridges of Trust, which is being implemented together with the Council of European Municipalities and Regions with the support of ULEAD Project in Europe. So Elena Sidorenko, a village council head from Poltava Oblast. Thank you. Hello, greetings, dear colleagues, dear friends from Europe today. It is my honor, and I'm very grateful for the Association of Ukrainian Cities to voice the statements we've encountered. A small community in the center of Poltava and the center of Ukraine. There are a lot of communities like ours. Of course, we have mega policies, we have big cities, port cities. We have territories which have suffered a lot from Russian aggression. We have some way in the back, away from the front. But we united in one thing. We know that Ukraine will win. We believe in our people, in our victory, and we believe in the global community, which provides powerful aid to our community, who provides powerful help to us, and I hope that this will not cease. And partnership with the European municipalities is a useful tool for finding appropriate solutions and resources. Today, I will try just to briefly tell you about the experience we have thanks to the Association of Cities, the Council of Municipalities and Regions, and ULEAD, because one of the main challenges is really the short-term and long-term needs of Ukrainian municipalities, and our, in general, and ours specifically, with the support of European Union, the activity of ULEAD, Association of Municipalities, etc. Our community is part of the Bridges of Trust project. Our partner in this project was the community of the Budakeszi town in Hungary. Despite the language gap and the official position of the Hungarian government during the training meeting of the to the partner community, we have learned that Ukraine can expect aid, and our community understands that the interaction and the project which we are starting already together with Budakeszi can be implemented, because we plan to apply it for joint funding, co-funding. A lot of communities of Ukraine, with the help of the Association of Ukrainian Cities, have become or have received partner communities. This is the first partner for us so far, this Hungarian community. But this is invaluable experience because they can help us understand the way they have moved towards the European Union, and this is the way all of us are moving towards. And the European integration and law give us they share experience with of joining EU, the rights, the obligations, the capacities, and this is not something you can measure with money or material aid. This is what will allow us to quickly orient ourselves in new realities, which we know will come about. Because Ukraine receives the right, and so to say, the opportunity to become a fully fledged member of the EU. So the experience of European countries, our first and hope constant support of European nations will allow Ukraine, small municipalities, large municipalities, move towards that. In the third panel, my colleagues will inform about their partnership experience in more detail with the nations of the EU and further steps of such cooperation. But I would like to quote Fabrizio Rossi, the General Secretary of the Council of European Communities, who has mentioned that the partnership, community partnership, was an important step in Europe's rebuilding after the Second World War. And we hope that this such a partnership will allow Ukraine to rebuild and become a full-fledged member of the EU. We are moving towards victory in small steps. We are moving towards the EU with a powerful belief in our nation, and we also believe in the European community and the democratic nature of such steps. So we're supporting what was said by previous speakers. Democracy isn't built from above, it's built from the very start, from municipalities, and only when we, dear colleagues, will be able to build our path, our vision of this path, go through it, we know that we will achieve what we wanted, and that is the blossoming of our nation. Thank you. Thank you, Olena. Very inspiring. I hope that all of us here today want for this war to end as soon as possible, and we all keep reminding that the nation stood thanks to decentralization, thanks to the fact that the communities could manage without expecting a phone call for key, but we're not competing today and don't have anything, any differences with the central authorities. We would like to only to improve our cooperation and to show our European colleagues that we cooperate to make our cooperation more effective. We are united in our desire to win this war without losing as little of our dear Ukrainians as possible. I'd like to give the floor to learn how local authority was developing in Slovakia, which relationships with local authorities exist there, to learn about the work of the prefects. Would like to learn of Mr. Maroš Sagan, representative of the Union of Municipalities in Slovakia. I also like to, especially before the presentation of the profile committee of Vrhovna Rada about prefectures. Please, Mr. Maroš, the floor is yours.
Dobrý deň. Hello, here is Maroš Sagan. My name is Maroš Sagan. I am mayor of a small town in Slovakia. This town is called Cífer. We have 5 million inhabitants, and the municipality is situated in the western Slovakia, near Bratislava or near the city of Trnava. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation to this conference, but also my admiration for Ukrainian people and Ukrainian mayors in this difficult time. And now let me please share with you some experiences of Slovak municipalities regarding the impact of European legislation of their life. I will introduce this topic with some general information. The integration into EU is normally a long-lasting way, and it is a difficult process. In our case, the case of Slovakia, it took 9 years, and we had during these years to adapt our legal and economical system to the conditions of the EU. Once a country becomes a member country, the legislation of EU automatically becomes part of its legal system. The legislation of the EU is formed by proper legislative procedures. There are in the EU areas of law reserved exclusively for EU, then areas of law exclusively for reserved exclusively for member countries, and areas reserved for both parties, EU and member countries. The self-government, or the area of self-government, is not a part of areas with the joint authority, common authority, or with exclusive authority of EU. But the European legal norms have often fundamental influence on the local or regional self-government. The regulations in the areas like rules of economic competition, state aid, and environmental regulation influence directly the life of and the policies of municipalities and regions. And also other norms in agriculture, energy sector, transport, or justice influence indirectly, but fundamentally influence fundamentally the life of local self-government. One second, please, as I have some small problem, technical problem. I can continue. What is the impact of European legislation, the direct impact on towns and communities in Slovakia? I will give you some small examples. For example, in the field of environment, what is the main important thing now is the waste separation rate, regulated by EU. It has a positive environmental impact, but there is also some negative linked to this regulation. In Slovakia, we have a lot of problems with application of this regulation. We have very often an absence of financial support for local governments and the lack of system. Another environmental topic, sewage and canalization. What is positive, it is the improvement of living standards and improvement of environment. But there is also some negative. For example, the application by the central government was not very good. The central governments gave few resources for local self-governments to do this sewage structures and systems. There was not a systemic approach from our governments, and in general, a little support of these activities of self-governments, municipalities. Another field is single market and rules of economic competition. There is some regulation about public procurement, and these regulations gave us a lot of positive things. In general, procurement of goods is more efficient in Slovakia after the implementation of these regulations. But what is negative is again the application by the central government.
This is your interpreter speaking. We're losing you. Could you please repeat the last sentence?
For example, for local support, the support of local unities, local economy. Another area, as example, is common energy market. What is very positive is a stable and predictable environment of energy market, and we could see it the last months and last year. But what can be negative is unfriendly price impact on self-government municipalities. In the field of monetary and economic policy, we have again one positive thing or more positive things, stable and predictable economic environment. But what is negative, this is the strict limits in economy of the communities and towns. The municipalities cannot create the budget without these European rules, and these rules are very limiting. Another area is justice and fundamental rights. About the GDPR and privacy, what is positive is the safe handling of data and privacy protection. But what is negative, we can say these are restriction on informing the public. So as you can see, there is always some lot of positive things and some negatives connected to the implementation of different regulation from EU. In general, as conclusion, I can say that EU membership is extremely positive for Slovakia with many benefits: economic benefits, cultural, value-based benefits, and safety. Even from the point of view of territorial self-government, EU membership has many advantages. It creates a stable and predictable legal and economic framework for the development of self-government. It commits to Slovak Republic to decentralization, what is really important to stay on this way of decentralization, to subsidiarity, to the development of territorial self-government, and to respecting the Charter of European self-government of the Council of Europe. It commits the Slovak Republic to respect and enforce the framework of values, transparency, justice, partnerships. It brings significant financial resources in the form of EU funds to self-governments. I can say from my experience that it brings to our municipality very, very important resources, financial resources. Thanks to these resources, we could during last 10 years renew completely our infrastructure. In addition to these advantages, the membership in the EU and the access process for self-government has some risks. As I tried to explain, the states can do from these rules too many regulations. Not all standards are equally beneficial for all EU members. A poor application of legislation in member countries, the legislative process in the country, in the member country, is not always has not always a big quality. There is sometimes some so-called redundant work. It means the member countries try to add some other regulations to the European regulations, which is very dangerous for the whole process. Very often in Slovakia, the EU regulations are adopted without financial coverage, without consultation with the self-government, what is really negative for self-government. In order to minimize the risks, it is very important that the self-government sector participate actively on self-government and on the creation of this legislation. It is necessary to do it, and to do it different ways. There is the possibility for associations of self-government to enter into preparatory processes in their country, to comment procedures, to do consultations. The associations of local government must also influence legislation through EU institutions like Committee of Regions or EU Parliament or other. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I tried to show you our experience, our Slovak experiences with the integration, and I hope I gave you some image of that. Thank you for your attention, and I wish my Ukrainian colleagues the early entry into the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we see that we all are facing, have been facing the same problems. I say Ukraine is a unique country because of its good cuisine. We have nice songs, language, but when it comes to some other problems, we see that the problems are the same in different in all the countries. But some countries have resolved those problems, and we need simply to learn their experience. Over to Q&A session now. We've got roughly 15 minutes before the end of this panel. Please go ahead and share your ideas about what you've heard, or ask the questions to the participants, both online and offline. And you can ask Ms. Olena. There are 2 microphones in the audience. Those who are online, please write your questions in the chat and I will read them out. So those who are in the audience, physically present, please raise your hand. There's one hand risen. I think everybody would like to know when the lunchtime is. It's in 20 minutes from now. Good afternoon. Alexander Lomako, Chernihiv, the Secretary of the Local Council. I'm currently acting head of the mayor. This isn't a question, but just an idea. Who's willing to comment upon it, please welcome. A lot has been said by the representatives of the central authorities and the international partners that local authority is important, decentralization is important because this is the basis for the Ukrainian development of the Ukraine in Europe. But what we currently see in Ukraine is the reverse process, that of centralization. Our European partners have seen it in the Parliamentary Assembly of Europe petition when they said that the wrapping up of the decentralization process is the basis for the Ukrainian integration into the EU. We've spoken about financial capacity, and this is a very important aspect. Unfortunately, currently the communities have not enough sources to resolve the problems that the voters and the conditions put forward. I'm talking about the recovery in the places that have been heavily damaged: Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, and bomb shelters, and so on and so forth. But this is what we see. The most recent example are the water canals, water supplying companies. The tariff in some of the rates in some of the towns are twice as higher. In some towns, the situation is even worse. So once the water supply rate has gone up and there's a decision made to increase the water rate, so at the same time this decision was revoked, and the declaration by the Prime Minister that the communities have got to be responsible for these expenses because they have 150 billion of hryvnias on their account. No one has asked from others whether they can do that, but number one. Number two, 150 billions in the middle of the year on the accounts, this is manipulation because this money has already been distributed, allocated. And speaking about the recovery, and speaking about shelters, and speaking about supporting the armed forces of Ukraine, a mid-year is not a good figure. This money will be paid once the works are done. It's in the third or the fourth quarter of the year, but expenses are high. For Chernihiv, it's more than 300 million per year, taking into consideration that our water providing system has been damaged heavily, the water pumps and the sewage system and the water supply pipeline. So for the communities to be able to attain what we have to do, the financial decentralization means we depend more on the central authorities and the state budget being allocated for the recovery effort. And number two, the utility companies will be on the verge of extinction once the electricity rate will go up, and that rate was increased. No one even protested. We need to react to this, and I don't think that the central authorities' latest announcements can be regarded as friendly towards the local authorities. Thank you very much. I think these are your ideas, not a question for discussion. So this is your soul screaming, literally. And Mykolaiv is a unique city. We don't have a centralized water supply system ever since the 12th of May 2022. For more than 18 months, we haven't had centralized water supplying, and Mykolaiv Water Canal has been given 25 million hryvnias to survive, not to disappear. Number one. Number two, in addition to their collecting money from the users, now we're going to allocate money to replace the water pipes, and in our next session 150 millions will be allocated to the water canal water supply system company, so that we be able at least to provide what's so-called technical unpurified water. All those stores with water rates will go up, will impedimate the ability of people to pay for the services, and there'll be a lot more people who will not be able to pay for water. Nobody is going to disconnect anyone from the central water supply system in the city of Mykolaiv, and I think that roughly half of the tariff is half of the rate is the electricity, 40 to 60%. Is that correct? And the electricity goes up, the water will go up too.
Асоціація міст, я думаю, виступить з заявою. Резумуючи вашу
I think we'll get that, and the Association of Ukrainian Cities will make a statement on that. And like to remember what my mother has told me: never count someone else's money. It's just that I'm not. It's because I understand that you don't have billions in your budget. Expect you to work with your money only, and we shouldn't get into anyone else's pockets. And I'd like to add, dear colleagues, who said that it will be easy, even especially during the time of war. But we're on the right path, and the Association of Ukrainian Cities lobbies our interests. We also have this powerful support from the EU, and I hope that these working issues will be resolved together, and we will manage to achieve parity and understanding. Thank you. Thank you. Please move the floor, the microphone along. Please state your name. Yes, good afternoon. The Deputy Mayor of Odessa, and we've all seen that EU is not as simple as you'd think, especially for small communities, and funding is the same problem. And a pertinent issue for us today is what Ms. Viola has said about the necessity of bringing the fiscal institutions down to the local level. And what's the situation that maybe someone online, Mr. Saganos, was presenting last, who was presenting here, he tried to bring this issue across of local communities in the EU. If it is brought down to the local level, do they have fiscal institutions on the Armada community level? Which taxes they collect themselves? What does the state collect? Because we will 100% encounter that, and it's something for all of us to think about when this association agreement will be continued for a certain time. Will need to be continued to adapt our reality. We can't manage with the water canals, the water supply, and what to say about the European standards, which require regulating institutions. So this issue is related to the fiscal system. How localized is it? To which degree it is brought down to the local level? Thank you. I think Ms. Viola online? I think it will be better to address this question to Mr. Maros. Can you hear us?
Yes, please. I didn't understand the question. Could you please ask again?
Could you repeat, please? Можете повторити, please?
I'll try to make it simpler. Which taxation is brought down to the local level, and how much? Which kind of taxes are gathered by local communities? Which kinds?
Please, only in English, because I have both languages, and I didn't understand the English. Only Ukrainian. Please, only in English. Yes.
What types of taxes do you collect on your local level? What types of taxes do you manage and able to distribute by yourself on the, on the local level?
Yeah, and I understand. So on our local level, we have only the taxes from our from the property of inhabitants. So from the houses and the terrain, and not other taxes. And then the state give us each month a part of the taxes he takes from entrepreneurs and employees. So we have one part of taxes paid monthly by state, but this is the state who takes these taxes. And another part we take from our inhabitants, from the houses and the other goods they have.
What about land tax?
Yes, the land tax is taken by the municipality. So land tax and houses tax are taken from by municipalities, and the other taxes are regulated by the state, and the state send us each month 70% of these taxes, of certain taxes. In general, these taxes from the state represent 70% of our incomes, and about 30% of our incomes are from our taxes of municipalities.
Are those taxes from the salaries or from the revenue that company get?
Yes, the taxes from the salaries are taken by the state, and 70% of these taxes of salaries are sent to the municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay.
Еще питання є?
Are there any more questions? Yes. Could I provide another comment? Alexander Slobozhan, executive head, because there were questions about certain, so to say, parades, a little bit of an emphasis. The EU candidates will undergone this way. We will learn more about this in panel number 3. But now I'd like to emphasize that the municipality started to prepare ahead of time, and this step, this road can take a lot of time, and it's not, this is not based on some bright global reforms, but in constant, boring, but important work on bringing these European standards of public service provision and the activity of central municipal authorities. This is a bit of a comment on that. And our common goal is to be proactive for our international partners and different channels are ready to aid us with methodological, technical, and financial aid directly. And this was reflected today. This was mentioned today, not just in the European resolutions, but also on the 20th of June, when they were providing 50 billion of euros to 2 separate points. So number 22, I'd like to pay your attention to that. All of our dear colleagues have mentioned about the development of democracy and local authority development, on the necessity of corresponding these the 0% in Ukraine with the EU countries, and the best thing you could receive directly between each other as municipalities is to ask your colleagues directly in Europe, in Slovakia, in Czechia, in Poland, who have undergone this way. Because what the book says, any document is one thing, but to ask your colleague Mayad, your prefect, etc., we're not. It's for a good reason that we have invited the people and made appropriate changes, because legislative changes are being done as well. And Mr. Kornienko has emphasized the draft law 6504 on municipal service. And to ask these colleagues the questions, that is the best opportunity would be to ask them how they made that process. Yes, dear colleagues, I have a question online from. In English, I'll try to read it, and the interpreter will interpret, and we will then know whom it was addressed.
The strength of the EU is in its regions. In this sense, you are brave because you are willing to honestly and openly discuss the issues related to decentralization. My question is for the administration that work in communities densely populated by ethnic minorities. It is well known that the EU puts forward certain conditions to Ukraine. How can local authorities help the government and other Ukrainian authorities in fulfilling the conditions put forward by the EU for the start of association negotiations? What special things or work methods are there in communities with mixed populations? Do you take into special account the specific wishes of the population that speaks a language other than Ukrainian at home and in their communities? I wish you success. Slava ЗСУ, Slava Ukraini. Stefan Gorda, Minister, Consular, Embassy of the Republic of Moldova. Сподіваюсь, і це завадив вам зрозуміти, що ви
I hope I didn't stand in the way of you understanding the question, but that is the question. If there are Hromada representatives, community representatives who have on their territory ethnic minorities which speak in other languages other than Ukrainian, how do you help them in their right to use their language in everyday life and when utilizing their rights as citizens, like when learning in school? Is there anyone who could say something like that? Yes, our city is multinational. We have a large Moldovan community as well, but we have a unified approach in this regard in regards to lower grades. Parents can optionally have classes in certain languages, but not Moldovan. Unfortunately, if the Moldovan community wants, we can create preconditions for that. Our city provides aid to several Moldovan organizations, civil society organizations, by providing spaces for their work, although everyone knows the new law on renting out spaces has been in the way a bit in that regard. But if that's the satisfying answer, we don't have an issue like that. I don't know any issue in Odessa, for instance, in language, especially in the language of the Moldovan community. We haven't encountered any language issues in that regard. Thank you.
It seems to be that the Romanian language issue is within the Republic of Moldova, and it's caused by the Russian-speaking part of the population, which makes the Romanian language be called Moldovan language, and they summon meetings, rallies, protests, saying that Moldovan language is different from the Romanian language, and I have some Romanian background, and I did study the Romanian language, and I can tell you that there is no language issue unless it is caused by the Russian mass media. So Mykolaiv, 90% of Mykolaiv dwellers used to speak Russian. There were Russian language high schools where all the classes were taught in Russian, and the school were filled with students. Once Russia invaded us, we stopped teaching Russian. I made that decision, and now all those high schools teach in Ukrainian. So definitely the conscience of Mykolaiv dwellers have changed over this time. With regards to the Russian language, I quite often quote Alphonse Capon, bullet changes a lot in one's own head, even though it gets through the butt. So I think a lot of people have changed their attitude towards the Russian language, and we have quite sad statistics. Over this period of time, 159 people have been killed in Mykolaiv, including 2 children. All these people are civilians, all they were Russian speakers. This is sad statistics. So when they say they protect Russian speakers, no, they kill Russian speakers. The Russians, I mean, they kill those people. So this is the evidence that how they protect, in brackets, the Russian speakers. So in Ukraine, we don't have any language problems. It's the Russians who created that problem through their mass media. Dear colleagues, is there anybody willing to ask anything? I'd like to express my gratitude for your staying up until the end of this panel. I hope this panel has been of interest to you, and I hope that you've learned something new that you will be able to use. I'd like to express my gratitude to the participants joining us online. Thank you for your help. We do need that support as never before, and being the Ukrainian ambassadors in your communities, in your countries, please keep on supporting Ukraine. Please don't say that you're tired, exhausted, bored with this. No, please keep on supporting. And let me tell you, I recently visited Denmark, and there was an expert on the same panel as I. So that expert said, we don't know whether Ukraine is ready, willing to join the EU, whether the Ukrainians are willing to do so. And I told them up front, you have a short memory. The war started in 2014. Just because Ukraine wanted to become the part of the UN. So the revolution, the war, full-scale invasion, all these are consequences of our willingness to become part of the Western culture and not the Russianism. So please keep on supporting us, help us to get united on the Hromada community and city, town levels. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Now it's lunch time, and please be back at 2 p.m. Kyiv time, 1 p.m. Central European time to continue the conference. Thank you very much. See you in an hour's time from now. 55 minutes to be exact.
Повідомлення, кожен з нас отримав анкети в роздатковому матеріалі. Велике прохання їх заповнити.
Each of us has been given an inquiry, a questionnaire. Please fill in this questionnaire, and we will then collect them, and we will draw some conclusions, and our association will reply to our requests. I'm Anatoly Fedoruk, head of the Bucha City Mayor, head of the Kyiv Department of the Association of Cities of Ukraine, member of the board, and it's a great pleasure to be moderating the second panel discussion of our conference, which is called the Approaches and Principles Restoration and Sustainable Development Communities, the Infrastructure and Economy in the Context of Implementation and Decentralization. Now, these are the participants: Matthew Mori, General Secretary of Congress, Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, First Deputy Head of the Parliament of Ukraine, Alexander Kornienko. Then we have my colleagues, Acting Zaporizhzhia Urban Head, head of the city, Anatoly Kurtiv, and right next to me is head of the subcommittee on European integration and the budget committee of Parliament of Ukraine, Rostislav Kistik, and then we have Dmytro Kiselyov, MP, then we have Ludmila Biryukova, Velikopisarivsky village head, Sumy region, and we've got two MPs who you know pretty well. Vitaly Bezgin, head of the subcommittee on administrative territorial division of the respective committee of the parliament, and Rostislav Kistik. I've already informed him. So this is what we are to discuss: the problems with local self-governance and the restoration of the territorial communities and infrastructure and economy, including the principle of subsidiarity and the provisions of the European Charter on the local self-government. So I'd like to give the microphone, which is logical, to our longtime friend, colleague, and friend and colleague on local self-governance in Europe, Matthew Murray, General Secretary of the local councils in Europe. And can we, Matthew, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me like that?
Yes, this is your interpreter. We can hear you well.
Thank you, Chair. Dear mayors, dear members of parliament, distinguished participants, and if I may, dear friends. First, I'd like to thank the AUC for this kind invitation. The Congress of the Council of Europe, we believe, can support local and regional authorities in Ukraine in three different ways. First, by enhancing international alliances. In that respect, I'm glad to see so many familiar faces today around this virtual table, such as Kelmen Zajazi from NALAS, Fabrizio Rossi from the CMR, representatives from the European Committee of the Regions, and so many others. Secondly, by advocating for decentralization and local self-government. We at Congress have done so since 2014, and of course, we continue doing so. And thirdly, by helping build resilient and sustainable cities and regions. Now, what does this mean concretely for Ukraine, and what comes next? First, on international alliances. International support to Ukraine has been center stage at the Council of Europe 4th Summit of Heads of States and Governments 1 month ago. The summit reaffirmed the crucial role of local and regional authorities in building a secure, democratic, and cohesive Europe. The summit final declaration highlights the importance of grassroots democracy and multi-level governance and strengthens the mandate of the Congress as a watchdog of local democracy. The summit launched an international register of damage, a first step to ensure accountability, and a first step also towards a compensation mechanism. Local authorities will need to help this register become operational, as they already do with the national registers. More recently, I participated in the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London. This conference stressed the role of local and regional authorities in delivering the local dimension of the recovery and transformation of Ukraine. This conference also gathered a large number of international stakeholders willing to mobilize financial resources for the reconstruction process. Altogether, we must be united in pursuing the potential for direct EU funding of local and regional authorities, as well as of their national associations. Secondly, on advocating for decentralization and local self-government. The Council of Europe and its Congress continue to support the reform of local self-government and decentralization in Ukraine. The Council of Europe high-level dialogue will continue in the autumn, and the Congress will be there together with the national associations to voice their points of view. The Congress will contribute to the development of a roadmap for decentralization and good democratic governance, and continue working with all stakeholders. We obviously will push for a proper set of administrative, legislative, and financial resources to effectively implement national reforms at the local level. And of course, we will make sure the European Charter of Local Self-Government will remain the basis to further enhance local democracy. I want to take this opportunity to praise the openness and the spirit of dialogue shown by all stakeholders in the many high-level or less formal dialogues which take place with the Ukrainian authorities on a regular basis. Thirdly, building resilient and sustainable cities and regions. This is essential for building a more democratic, peaceful, secure, and cohesive future. In that respect, the Congress has introduced to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe a recommendation for a green reading of the European Charter of Local Self-Government. If adopted, this would recognize a fundamental right to a healthy environment. As we all know, local and regional authorities have a significant role to play in protecting this right. Earlier this week, the Congress Monitoring Committee also approved a Congress strategy on human rights at local and regional levels. And next week, I will be on a mission to New York, taking part in the high-level political forum where we will be pushing, together with many colleagues around this table today, for a further localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Dear colleagues, these three aspects are, in our view, the key principles of restoration and sustainable development of Ukrainian local authorities. Through the implementation of the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine, direct financial support to local authorities will be available to implement local initiatives aimed at strengthening their resilience and support all residents in a human rights perspective. All in all, we will further promote peer exchanges of know-how, partnerships, networks, and multilateral cooperation for innovation and sustainable development. I want once again to assure you of the Congress' commitment and determination to be on your side in this historic endeavor of building sustainable, strong cities, towns, and regions for a stronger than ever Ukraine, today, after the war of aggression, and on the path to European integration. As always, you can count on us. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you very much for your speech, and thank you very much for voicing your support to Ukraine. And I would like to quote, the new imperialism in Europe will be the threat for the existence of not only Ukraine, but all the democratic countries in Europe. So ever since the first day of our work, we are supported by the Congress of the European Association. So thank you very much. Over to our next speaker, and the MP representatives will share their strategic visions on the possible recovery of local self-governance. And before giving the microphone to first Vice Speaker of the Parliament, Alexandra Kalinenko, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you. And we currently say thank you to the Armed Forces of Ukraine, to the President of Ukraine, to our international partners. And thank you is not always have been pronounced recently to the MPs for some reason. And the MPs have approved something on the local self-governance, the State Fund of Regional Development. So and some other possible projects, transitional projects. What you've approved is something that is extremely important for us in 2022, when we will directly start the recovery efforts in our territorial communities, Romadas. So it's now over to Mr. Kornienko, first Vice Speaker of the Parliament of Ukraine. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And I'd like to continue. I would like to greet everyone who's present today. Definitely, the legislative efforts is something that are on top of our agenda, and I would like to briefly comment upon the things that have already been raised earlier today in part one and during panel one of funding. This is the problem that's been on our mind for a long time, and we've discussed it on many occasions, and probably you know our stance, and gradually, step by step, we were shifting more resources onto the community from other levels, from the land registry, where we decided that the land is something that the community should be in charge of, the state land, I mean, and this had to do with gradual permanent increase of the percentage on the income of the physical person, and the most recent decision during the martial law, there was something had been implemented late 2021, and when the martial law was introduced. And speaking about the proportion, we were always for the basic level to be to get the most, because we know that on the regional level we have a lot of things on the regional level, but a lot happens on the basic level. So we have been discussing fruitfully, as I think, that administering of local taxes, and it's good that we've written this issue again, and we've asked our colleagues. Our colleagues asked for the European experience in panel one. We do study the European experience, and we know that easy administration can be shifted to the local level, and this is a victory to once the martial law is over, and we need to go back to discussing of returning of administrative land tax. We can return it to the Gромada level.
We could add a tax for real estate. That was an option for communities themselves to determine that, to have accounting of that, but understanding the scale of destruction, there are new circumstances around that idea. At the same time, our position hasn't changed. We conduct the proper discussion of the PDFO tax to be discussed. Who pays that tax? It's still a relevant issue. We've seen interesting processes. I won't give my opinion whether that's good or bad, but there is a market of those who want to locate an AFU brigade or other defense forces. They pay the most of that tax, and at the same time, I'd like to pay attention to the attention of local authorities that it's better to take best practices which exist in other communities to direct these other these additional PDFO amounts to the needs of the defense, improving the defense infrastructure, certain project which will allow your brigades which were registered in your region to feel better in regards to some military issues, which would be fair and honest, and it will be and a discussion of where the personal income tax should be paid. Specifically, this topic is not closed, and I think we will be looking for a solution in that regard, for a compromise in regards to the funding situation in general. We understand that it is complicated right now, and if we were to move away from populist statements. Everyone understands why, according to the Order 590, there is no access to a certain articles, and that the reason is very simple. The taxes collected in Ukraine are now going to fund the AFU, the defense forces, and also we live on foreign investors' money pretty much, and discussing where it is into whose pocket it's going. So this kind of discussion is not very productive. There is one pocket here, and that is the pocket of our nation's very survival. I understand it. Unfortunately, that's the situation right now, that all of the resources are being directed there. At the same time, we welcome the Ministry of Finance's practice, and we work with them step by step. Certain expenditure articles have been unblocked. We've seen great progress in this regard. You can talk about this, about that, about other certain things, and this will be a bit more liberalized as much as possible within the confines of these tremendous expenditures we have on safety and security and defense. In this regard, I'd like to talk about the basis, the topic of our discussion, the basics of the foundation of our future renewal. And I think it's a great topic for us not to review, but to dot our I's and cross our T's. What kind of social contract we have between the local authorities and the state. Unfortunately, our constitution doesn't reflect that, and we don't know when that will be. But we understand that this is a question of time. If we arrive at that, if we discuss that in this contract and discussion, it has to be based on a European Charter of Local Authority, which is a basic document for us. All of it is written out clearly that that local authorities are right in a capacity of communities to conduct their activity, and it also has certain points which are unregulated in our state. This is the careful protection we've been discussing about. We have said that there are some issues in regards to how to translate the term, but it is protection not to just stop someone, not to enclose someone somewhere. And the topic is that the statement that democracy begins from the bottom. It is true. And it sounds great within the walls of the Kyiv City Council and I am from Kyiv. I've spent all of my life here, so I can only welcome the fact that our city, which has been subject to Magdeburg law for the longest time, conducts such conferences a lot in this respectable hall. But we would like for this very example not to protect, but for instance, that the Kyiv City Council should be an example for all councils of Ukraine, and the high standards of democracy and inclusive decision making based on the opinions of the people of Kyiv ought to be always made. There are a lot of examples like that in Ukraine, because the charter is the common responsibility of any side, not just the state, because I wouldn't reduce it all to the state level, because it's very simple to start politicizing this. And the question is, there won't be Kornienko, there will be other people in the parliament, but the issue won't go anywhere. And maybe other people will be mayors, God forbid, but there was a problem. These relationships won't go away if we don't resolve it and we don't regulate this. And we understand this is a question of our common joint understanding. We are in a transitional period right now to the next years of heavy reconstruction, and nobody can be sure about this information. There's guarantees no Western journalists which can put anything they want in their There is not the experts who have split the Russian Federation the map, but no one can be sure how much will this terrible northern monster threaten us. But we have to build a strategy on the fact that it is there and it will threaten us. So responsibility from the nation continues, and the involvement, the practical level involvement of investment, returning people, creating workspaces, bringing people back. So the things we've talked about, all of these come from the security issues, and security, according to the Charter, the Constitution, and the common sense, other documents is guaranteed by the state. So the part of social contract is understandable. The state is to guarantee security, especially next to a terrible country across the border. So the country should understand their responsibility and be responsible for implementing their capacities and rights. Other things will be written out and achieved, like inclusivity, which the moderators have been emphasizing, but I would like to invite everyone who wants to hear to any profile committee meeting, and none of them were closed. All of the committees were open. All Wills Implement Association representatives of all four of them, regardless of our attitude towards their heads. I'm not talking about AFU right now, I'm now talking about the other one. The amount of experts working with our committee is also great. Also, separately, we have started active cooperation and involvement of experts and association members to discussions of profile issues of self-governance in other committees. We've figured out that the profile committee of local authority and public construction, etc., works on these basic foundational things, but taxes, crime, the rights and against the punishment for crime, environment, transportation, these are all committees which pass certain laws which influence the lives of these communities. Here it's important for this attitude to continue to support it, and the budgetary committee, I'm going to let us see Mr. Rostislav, because he usually regulates all of our issues, because this is the main committee which Rostislav represents. And we continue this movement, maybe it will be developing in the future in some institutionalized forms, but once it's enough for that associations invite us to discussions in profile committees. So to summarize once again, the parliament will keep working for local self-governance. It will be all done inclusively. We will look for consensus. If there isn't consensus, 90% of such issues aren't voted until there is consensus to include you on the self-government on the level on which these decisions are being drafted, not just made. The perfect situation is not when we're resolving these in the session hall, not just in the middle and some pressure on certain council members, but when the level of the committee of law development, but it's better yet on the expert group level, working group level, for it to arrive in the session hall fully formed. Of course, this includes work on the key directions, as you've mentioned at the start. This is constitutional change, finding resources for self-governance. This is updating the laws which require updating, such as resolving administrative territorial structures. Like 2 years have gone by, some conclusions were made on what works, doesn't work, tuning which used to be done. This is, of course, the question of rebuilding on the basis which exists, on the mutual responsibility of the state for the future development strategy, doctrine, etc. It would be great to say something in that regard. And the other side, responsibility of local authority for territorial defense, the development of their communities, the quality of life, which allow us to rebuild our country, to return and bring our people back as soon as possible, and to create new people, because this is the issue of demographic issue. Other than nobody can resolve it other than the communities. Thank you very much for dear colleagues. I'm glad to answer your questions later.
Дякую, Олександре Сергійовичу.
Thank you, Alexander Sergeyevich, for the position you protect for the interests of local authorities. Thank you very much for your second presentation during our conference. And if we may, dear colleagues, we'll now move on to the next speaker of our panel discussion. Now, that won't be very original. Every settlement, big, small, in Ukraine, regardless where they are, east, west, north, south, pretty much feels on themselves the challenges which Russian aggression, the war, has brought to our Ukrainian house, to us here in Ukraine. The towns closer to the front line have felt the Russian aggression the most. The wave of citizens which had to move humanitarian issues in Zaporizhzhia is one of such towns. So, temporary head of the temporary mayor of Zaporizhzhia, please. The phone is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, dear all, Anatoly Kurtiev, acting head of the city of Zaporizhzhia, acting mayor. Zaporizhzhia is like any other cities and towns of our country before war. We all had wanted to become European cities, but it just happened that our city turned out to be a city lying next to the front line, literally. Thank you very much. Now, please put the presentation onto the screen. And I would like to tell you about the top priorities that the local city authority has got. One of the priorities is supporting our armed forces, servicemen and women, and thanks to these boys and girls, this town is Ukrainian, despite the fact that the larger part of the province is occupied by the enemy, and so this means that we have additional burden onto the provincial budget. So one of the important thing is to mitigate the what's been caused by the war. So the Zaporizhzhia is next to the front line, so there's a great burden, financial burden on the city's budget and on the utility companies. We need to clear up what the Russians have done to the city and to the province. And another thing that we've got to secure, we need to secure the lives of those who live in the city and the province. For many years, nothing had been done in the city. We started doing this during the combat actions, and we do and we will continue improving the security of those who live in the city and the province, which is an additional burden onto the budget. We also care for the internal displaced people. I'd like to tell you that the city of Zaporizhzhia was the first city to host and to evacuate people from the town of Mariupol through the hub that was created with the support of our international partners. And it took literally a week or even fewer days to set up that hub. We seem to have lost. Do you hear me? The town of Zaporizhzhia was the first to host IDPs and evacuated people from the town of Mariupol, and through this very hub that was set up with the help of our international partners, we managed to help 250,000 IDPs in the early stages of the war. They would travel to the eastern part of Ukraine or abroad. Currently, 150,000 of IDPs have decided to stay in the city of Zaporizhzhia. These are the people from the part of the Zaporizhzhia province that's captured by the enemy. They don't want to go elsewhere. They want to stay within the province, closer to their home, because they want to be back once we win the victory. But this is another burden onto the city's budget. Thank you, dear partners, for helping IDPs and for helping us evacuate the people from the enemy captured territory, because you've been helping us with humanitarian aid, but you've also taught us how to do things the right way. This is a great thing, because the city was not prepared for this influx of IDPs, but we did it, and the international UNICEF organization is a reliable partner, has been and is a reliable partner, and they've been helping us within the realms of educational social protection, and they've helped our IDPs. And one of the top priorities is the rebuilding of the houses damaged or ruined. As you've seen, 11 multi-flat buildings have been ruined. More than 500 houses got damaged. 14 private houses have been destroyed to the ground, and more than 600 have been damaged. This is additional burden onto the local budget. But in the framework of the implementation of the recovery program, 11 multi-flat buildings damaged, we've allocated money from the local budget, and we've also developed all the necessary documents to rebuild those houses. So let's not wait for the war to be over. We got to hands down to work now, because the heating season is coming. People would like to be back to the houses that they used to live in the past that got ruined and eventually rebuilt. 11 buildings will be rebuilt at the expense of the National Recovery Agency. 4 buildings will be the recovery of those will be co-financed. The first transfer from the local budget has been allocated. 4 buildings are currently being rebuilt, and we're still waiting for the support from the state and our international partners. But we're pretty much aware that our city is next to the front line, and international partners are not willing to cooperate, are reluctant to cooperate, but no matter what, we are trying to talk to them. We predict, and we want international partners help us, support us, and we see that people who left the city are returning, and we see that more and more international partners are joining us in our effort. And one of our top priorities is the social support, because those whose houses got destroyed, you've seen the number of those people. The local budget allocates money, and within the framework of the program adopted at the session of the local council, a family whose house got destroyed, every month 10,000 is given until the moment when they got a flat or a house, or their house being built. And there's also social support, single social support of 15,000 hryvnias to rebuild the damaged parts of the house, like doors, windows. But again, this all falls burden onto the shoulders of the city's budget. But then also please keep in mind that we've got to keep our city alive. So I'd like to remind you once again that no matter the fact that we're close to the front line, and no matter the fact that sometimes it's not quiet in our city, but in the city, there's street light, there's electricity, there's running water, the public transportation is functioning well. So I'd like to tell you that electric public transportation in the city of Zaporizhzhia is free of charge for riders. The ride is free. That was a decision of the city council. Thus, we try to help those who live in Zaporizhzhia and those who are IDPs in Zaporizhzhia. So these are the top priorities, and this is how our city council works now. But we also got some issues, and I would like to tell you that everything that I've just enumerated is a true additional burdens onto the city's budget. And since a lot of our companies, big enterprises, and small and medium enterprises have gotten relocated to the western part of Ukraine or abroad, we see no money coming into our budget. So in December last year, Zaporizhzhia was part of the list was on the list of the regions with active combat action. We were given some privileges, and the budget was underfinanced as well. Thanks God that we've managed to prove that we've been taken off that list, and but still a lot of budget is underfinanced. But still we're aware that we will not be sitting idle. We start cooperating with our international partners and with big companies, with social responsible business companies, and we turn to the business circles and the social responsible business, and to rebuild one of the 50 millions will be given to rebuild one of those ruined houses. This is tranche number 1, and we hope that social responsible business will be engaging into the recovery of our beloved city. But we're pretty much aware that international partners will not go to Zaporizhzhia, so that's why we started implementing our own project without any external support. So within the framework of the implementation of partnership and the twinning sistership, we've established relations with these contacts. Twinning contacts have provided us with substantial financial and humanitarian support, and in all possible niches of our life. But we had to do something to achieve that, and a recovery tool is a good recovery tool is to develop our community. We did the following literally. So number 1, we registered will get registered on Citizens platform to establish relationship with municipalities of other countries and nations. Number two, we submitted the information on the community, on the Hromada, on the partnership, and we started looking for potential partners for the unified digital resource of the Association of Towns of Ukraine. This is where we submitted our petition. Our Hromada got registered on international support platforms, and in May, Zaporizhia, the city of, joined a well-known network of big European cities and started discussing the rebuilding of the city. In January 2023, at the 19th session of the Baltic Cities Council in the city of Hamburg, Zaporizhia was admitted as an associated town to the Union of the Baltic Cities. We shouldn't exceed the time limit. Would you be so kind to wrap up? Yes, sure, I will. We also actively cooperate with the twin towns of Oberhaus, Magdeburg, Lahti, and Linz. And within the framework of our cooperation with Germany, we've got lots of projects that we will be implementing in the field of education, healthcare, and utility companies. So over this period of martial law, we've established relations with our twin towns, and we will continue working with them, cooperating with them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anatoly, and definitely hundreds and hundreds of Ukrainian towns, thousands of Ukrainian settlements of mid and small size do need to be rebuilt, recovered without financial aid. This will not be possible. We also need to assistance from the central authorities, because the recovery will be a tough exercise, because the Russians ruin a lot. And especially, we need to think about the further development. We need to listen to the point of view, stable point of view of the head of the subcommittee of Euro integration and the budget committee of Rostislav Tistik, MP. So, Mr. Rostislav, it's all yours now. Thank you very much. Anatoly, do you hear me well?
Дорогі колеги, дорогі друзі, шановні дипломати,
Dear colleagues, dear friends, esteemed diplomats, Alexander Sergeyevich, thank you, Anatoly, for the word. Thank you, Alexander Volodymyrovich, for the invitation. I'd like to thank local authorities for your work, for the decent example you set, because some of you were fighting for the survival of your community, and someone were on the contact line itself and were responding quickly. And some of you know, like Ivan Samajuk, who was the first deputy head of Energodar, who spent around 33 days imprisoned by the occupiers. So we'd like to thank you for your actions and your heroism. We also have first Vice Speaker Alexander Sergeyevich here, who isn't just a moderator in the Verkhovna Rada, is also involved in the large diplomatic work we have and the new directions for Ukraine, and also the accession into the EU and NATO. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to very briefly, since our previous speakers have discussed a lot, but I would also like to emphasize two things about the sustainable development of communities and on the direction of Euro integration. I understand that a lot has been said in this regard, and sustainable development of Ukrainian communities is under threat due to the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation's invasion. Every day people die from the Russian aggressions, and not just represent the budgetary committee. I'm from Lviv, and we had sad news yesterday. I'd like to thank our emergency services when 10 people died and more were hospitalized with injuries. We wish them the best of health for them to come back to us. And every day we have unfortunate news like that. So every day the people have to respond to air raid alarms to move away, and every day we all go to sleep. We wish everyone a peaceful night, and we have to do this pretty much. There's a reason why we do this, and every challenge is to implement this during this time of war to create a safe environment for people, to reduce the negative consequences of pollutants, to provide necessary education facilities, and this is only possible with the cooperation of local and central authorities and with the support of international partners and friends. And together with the cooperation of Ukrainian Parliament and the legislative institution in regards to sustainable development, and maybe the key thing here would be creating an effective use of finances and finding sources of filling the budgets on all levels. Today, among the legislative initiatives, there is the proposal to update the payment system for public registration system, access to public transportation system, which requires updating. And such initiatives can strengthen the security of traffic in territorial communities, and also for a second additional 2 billion, up to 2 billion of income. These are the funds necessary to rebuild the communities and build up the road infrastructure in the communities. Other issues which require actualization is updating the form of equalizing the taxation system in the territorial communities. Taxation of Ukrainian cities has been working very actively. We respect you very much for this interaction. And the active system is not correspond to. So the government is utilized additional dotations to support communities who've suffered from Russian Federation's activities. One for equalization form has to work in a way to take into account different circumstances and changes in income. Another important issue is regulating the compensation and tariff differences. Local authorities within the conditions of energy sources, price increase the wages, the repairs required due to shellings have withheld the heating tariffs for the population, but this resource is running out, and for territorial communities that can be unbearable, and 86 billion hryvnias are to be paid. But we are waiting for an appropriate law from the government to resolve this critical issue. Recently, this was mentioned, but the Verkhovna Rada has supported an important initiative. 2 billion hryvnias were given to procure and modernize military equipment. At the same time, obligatory funding for 2024 of transitional infrastructure projects is planned. Also, the government has been ordered to consider the capacity for Ukrainians to choose infrastructure projects themselves. So there is a vision for sustainable Ukraine and the reliable partnership of international friends of Ukraine. And this is exactly what's needed for Ukraine's renewal and flourishing. Thank you, and I'm waiting for more questions. Thank you, Mr. Anatoly.
Не лише закріплені доходи, а і механізми.
Not just to ensure the income, but also mechanisms which we now have in the form of the law, which allows to implement industrial zones and parks. I'm very glad to see that the Dmytro Kisielewski MP and deputy head of the Economic Committee of our Verkhovna Rada got involved in this project and is now the participant of our Congress today. Mr. Dmitro, are you here? I'll give the floor to you. Yes, hello? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Dmitro. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Once again, I'd like to present myself. My name is Dmitro Koselevsky. I'm the deputy head of the Economic Committee of the Verkhovna Rada, and today we'll be talking about where Hromadas are to find funds to update and to rebuild. Last year on the Ukrainian Economic Forum, we conducted a roundtable on regional economic development. Ever since that event, 3 conclusions were made. The role of communities in economic development is significantly underutilized. The people understand this influences their income and employment and are ready to take more. I understand that the minimum term is 5 years. In reality, it's all 10 of them, and this is critically important for economic development. And it's very rare that you can find a person with such horizon of planning, and the state has to provide economic development tools to the Hromadas to get them involved in the fight for institutional and investment resources. There are 3 tools for economic development which Hromadas already have, but before that I want to make a brief remark. 6504 draft of the law on local authority service has been passed. There is a need to build capacities for local authority employees, so I'd like to use this opportunity to involve our partners in supporting the project on capacity building and institutional capacity of the communities. This is necessary. So moving on to the economic development tools, the first one of them is industrial parks, of course. This is like an office center, but for industrial enterprises. This is a plot of land, industrial land, which has roads and networks brought to it. Production corpus has been dealt, and there are privileges working territory. There is a reduction on certain taxation, and there is a right to reduce the land tax and other taxes zeros, which problems can result. This is land. This is connection to infrastructure and the price of the basic production facilities. What's the benefit for communities? This is, of course, workplaces. 1 hectare of that is 1 creates about 50 places. This is personal income tax, and it's also investment. $1 of public or municipal institution allowed to involve $5-6 of private investment. Parks have already accepted the set of laws and bylaws, and it's better for. And we're now working on better understanding of the communities and better uses. Also, last week we have better organized the usage of a small scale electricity providers in industrial park. We're working on to the changes to Order 590 to allow the Hromadas to be able to fund the infrastructure of industrial parks from local budgets. Right now, without waiting for victory, start preparing your industrial infrastructure. Just look for land, build roads, infrastructure, make concepts for industrial parks, and when the victory comes, the communities which will have all of this ready will win as well. The second tool is localization. If we want to rebuild the economy, we have no alternative to the policy of localization. This policy is very good for communities because if someone buys goods from abroad, this brings all the money resources abroad, and if you procure it here, that the money stays here. This is obvious and becomes more obvious during war. Recently, a brewery have procured trolley buses made in Ukraine. Not everyone has. They don't just have this kind of transportation. That created income for the brewery Hromada and for the communities where parts for these trolley buses have been made. But the Kryvyi Rih municipal decided to go around the localization fund. They ordered Turkish trolley buses, and they took money from several communities. They removed workplace from a community and they violated the law. They invited law enforcement into their premises. What we're going to do about that? The issue is very simple. Other communities work together on increasing common income, and everyone wins. Everyone will believe themselves the smartest and find a way to go around the law, go around their neighbors to find something from Turkey or China, and everyone will suffer from that. So I think it's clear what should be made. And there's another example recently in Zhytomyr. Estonia has rebuilt the kindergarten. We're very thankful for Estonia in there, but in this kindergarten, they say everything is Estonian, from equipment to building materials. And next, and recently Denmark, when they're building procured water treatment equipment in Irpin, they other than water project in Mykolaiv, Irpin has a factory reopened, creating workplaces and paying taxes. So we'd like to have an open discussion there. Sorry, but we have to stop asking partners to buy for us things which we can buy in Ukraine. And also, sorry, once again, diabetic child shouldn't have chocolate bought for their birthday. So talk to with your donors. Ask them to to spend Ukrainian rebuilding funds on Ukrainian goods, in public procurement. The law and the interests in communities are on your side in this. And also, we should openly talk about this with our partners. We're very thankful for the aid, and with the deepest respect to their absolutely sincere intention to help us, we have to talk about the kind of aid which would be the best, the most effective for us. The kind of rebuilding we need has to bring about sustainable economic development in partnership. When it's not just international enterprises, foreign enterprises working, but Ukrainian ones and Ukrainian citizens, and we will thank partners with this very much. We will be very thankful with by also repaying the credits, future profits of Ukrainian economic rate. Also, localization. The people shouldn't create just security, but also employment. The AFU creates security. The workplace should be provided by us. And the next step is PPP, public-private partnership, a very important tool in inviting private infrastructure into public infrastructure, hospitals, schools, trash processing facilities, etc. And the public side will lose some risk in building and long-term investment. Also, law which allows up to 30% of their own income other than private income. And the second, the security that is 7508 draft law is being drafted, which will shorten the PPP time frame. To understand that all community of specialists to work in the PPP project, so I'll have the following offer.
I ask all the communities, if you'd like to participate in this PPP, you need undergo training, so we will be able to engage you into PPP trainings. And dear colleagues, we've got a task: employ our people not here in Ukraine. For this, we need to relaunch our economy. We need to work on this together right now, not waiting for the victory to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much, Dmitry. I'm definite, and I can tell you about the municipalities that are currently being recovered following the invasion. Mostly our local companies participate in the recovery efforts, the ones that have been on the Ukrainian market for dozens of years. And they win through bidding processes, and they use the Ukrainian product and Ukrainian products in used and recovered by Ukrainian, produced Ukrainian, and this will make us even more economically strong. Over to our next panel discussion, to our next speaker. And I saw a quote that reforms in Ukraine are taking place, they are successful, which is good, but it would be great if this reform take into the consideration all the levels of the society, no matter where people live. In the smallest settlement, the smallest settlement should feel the results of the reforms. So I would like to give the microphone to the mayor of a very small town. So please tell us how you can secure the life within your community and the recovery efforts. Do you hear me? Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the Association of the Towns of Ukraine for this great event, for the ability to represent local self-governance in general and Velikopisarivska village community in particular. Today's speakers have spoken about some global level, state level things, but I would like to voice rather small problems of small towns and communities, and for us to be heard is important. And would you be so kind to put up my presentation onto the screen? Thank you very much. And for us, it is vitally important to be heard because we're small and we are located next to the border. Please continue with the slides. Before the 24th of February 2022, we had lived and we couldn't have imagined that 50 kilometers of our joint border with Russia was a daily threat to our daily life and to our assets, the assets belonging to our population. More than we've been shelled for more than 1,500 days, and some of the settlements currently have no internet connection. 6 settlements don't have electricity, haven't had electricity for more than 2 months. Over to the next slide, please. And we were one of the first communities to be invaded by the enemy on the 24th of February last year. And Velikopisarivka customs point was broken to pieces, and thousands of armored vehicles of Russia traveled through the territory of our community. And as of today, because of different shellings, more than 1,000 different buildings are damaged. 860 are privately owned houses. And please, the next slide. The next slide, please. The rest are buildings belonging to municipalities and to the business. 460 houses where people actually lived have gotten damaged, and 10% of them are ruined to the ground. You can flip through the upcoming 2 to 3 slides. And the legislators currently are simplifying to the max possible, thus approximating the services to the people, minimizing the need for the people to turn to the local authorities. But the local authorities are expanding on a daily basis the circles of responsibilities, overcoming new challenges, embracing new functions. And here we're talking about the challenges caused by the war. And despite the almost daily shelling, there is a special commission that assesses the assets, and on a daily basis it assesses the damaged assets. It registers everything, and the respective professionals enter into the registry the information on the damage caused to the assets. Last year, our population was given construction material from the state and the donor organizations, and financial assistance was also provided this year. While filling in the registry, we've become part of the e-recovery program. It's now up and running, and currently 15 households have been given 1,500,000 hryvnias onto their accounts. But there are some problems that we've encountered ever since that are en route on this program to be implemented. And number one is the lack of high-skilled professionals, constructor workers, architects, experts in construction. So we cannot, as of now, engage third-party representative, third-party organization, because people are afraid to go to the place where there's combat action going on, active combat action going on. That is why this process is slowed down. The process of assessing everything and filling in of this registry is slowed down. You know why I've just told you about. And problem number two is insufficient number of smartphones of those whose houses got damaged, unstable internet connectivity. And the third problem that's on our mind, and that's on the mind of the owners of the houses damaged, is the need to report on time for the money that they've been given and they were meant to have been meant to use. So people don't want to rebuild their buildings during the times of shelling, because another shell may hit their house already rebuilt and thus damaging the house again. So we've defined that there are paths that legislator look into and take it into the consideration. Number one, we need to be given an opportunity to train our professionals. We've defined the professional so that professional can actually go through, attend training provided by the state agency the shortest possible and be issued a certificate, and then being certified, start assessing and estimating the damage caused. There's also a proposal to postpone, delay the reporting period, or to implement a transitional reporting upon procuring of the construction material, but the very reconstruction works should be done later once the threat is gone, when the shelling threat is gone. The house will not be damaged. So what is unanswered, still unanswered, is the compensation for the non-living houses and premises. We're talking about physical and things belonging to people, things belonging to houses, belonging to businesses, and compensation for the movable assets damaged. And the problem of insufficient talking about internet connectivity. What would resolve it is the implementation of the permission to implement the ability to submit the petition for the reconstruction through the Centers of Administrative Services. And I would like to speak yet about another problem that's on the mind of the people working in the field of agriculture. I think that other border territories are facing this, the ones that are on the list of the combat action zones. There are 42,000 hectares of agricultural land in our 2,000 is not being ored, and our agricultural producers pay taxes on regular basis, and they pay interest on the credit loans and everything else that they have to pay, but they're not compensated. No, they are supported by the state, just as their colleagues from the neighboring communities are. In those communities, there's no combat action going on. So taking this great opportunity, I would like you to listen to what we're saying and please amend the documents for the agriculture workers in the combat zone territories feel supported by the state, just like it is for the population of the same areas. So the population does feel supported, not from the part of the country government only, but also on the part of the international donors and partners. So I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to every country, to every municipality of Western and any other countries, to every donor who's arrived to the territory of my community and the entire territory of our country, Ukraine. Thank you for listening to us, for hearing us, for helping us, and your support is something that we feel every day. And as an example, I would like to give you the fact that my Ramada is working with a Greek company from the Republic of Greece, which is willing to partially rebuild the surgical department, which was damaged following as a result of the Russian aggression. It's in a hospital. We're looking for the partner, for a donor that will finance the remnants of this sum, which is 50,000 euros, to rebuild our surgical department. You know that the surgical department for a town which is close to the frontline zone is of vital importance. There are meant to be 2 surgery rooms. One of them is at the attic, so it's safe and sound. It's like in a shelter under the ground. So we're also looking for the partners for a partner to repair the fire station, state fire station, which also got damaged as a result of the shelling. But the most important thing that the Ukrainians are waiting for, please, let's go over to the next slide. The most important that all of us are waiting for from the world community is the condemnation what Russia is doing. Russia is a terrorist. Russia should be recognized as a terrorist state, not just the state financing the terror. And I'm definite that we are part of the majority. We're on the right side of the history, and we will definitely win. Glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ludmila, and dear colleagues, and those who traveled to Kiev yesterday in the evening or late night. We went into the heavy rains and it was wind, and so this is what happens in our committee. They're fighting for the head of the committee. They're trying to prove each other something, and it's so much important on the local community that the platform is stable. So stability of the committee is shown by our colleagues, by our friends working in local authorities. They are always fighting and protecting the interests of the local governance. And I'm talking about the head of the subcommittee, Vitaly Bezgin, who is participating in this conference. And I would like to tell you that the authors, Vitaly subcommittee in the parliament, have approved quite a progressive law, 6504, on the service of the local self-governance. This is something we discussed earlier today in panel 1, so I'd like to give the microphone to Vitaly.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Very glad to take part in this because due to my business trip, I can only connect through video, but I hope that my thoughts will be useful as this as well. I'd like to thank everyone here, representative of local authority, for your contribution into this victory. I'm convinced that the armed forces of Ukraine, the point activity of the president and local authority are the 3 whales that support support Ukraine in our activity. Now, more on point, the current event is dedicated to the role of local authority in Euro integration process of Ukraine, and I think it is very important. Everyone is in communication with the European community and politicians constantly hears this message. It's impossible to be integrated into Europe if we have any regression in the decentralization reform or the relations between local authorities with their European partners. First of all, I'd like to say that no regression or stoppage in the decentralization reform doesn't exist. Of course, we're now in martial law, which is caused due to the war and aggression of the Russian Federation. But this doesn't mean that the reform process is stopped. Despite that, if we were to look at local budgets, then thanks to our joint advocacy, the military personal income tax is still here. And the budget, and thanks to it, as a result of the first quarter, local budgets are overfilled. The goals of them are done and then some. And I think that these the local authorities have a significant amount, because if not all of them are directed to the defense and the 6504 law on service in local authorities. This is a great grand reform which we are yet to conduct, and we hope that the President of Ukraine will sign it to begin implementation now, despite the fact that the law only enters after the end of the martial law. This is a reform crisscrossing with the centralization and public service, and we will have to adapt public service for European needs. Of course, we have certain issues with the original policy, and I hope that the strong messaging from European partners will make us move in this direction. We understand greatly that European funds, first of all, work with regions, and this has to be taken into account when creating the public governance system of Ukraine. This has to be taken into account from the point of view of investment, of time and money into human resources, and this has to be taken into account when planning our development strategies for the future. I know that a lot of you also are waiting for the work on the creation of functional territory types. This is also a very important thing, which is related not just post-war rebuilding, but our further Euro integration. Despite that, I am convinced that, as I said at the beginning, decentralization is not under threat. I'm convinced that this really is the most successful reform in Ukraine in the last 10 years. I'm convinced that it is successful because of the synergy and cooperation of local authorities and central authorities, because it would be impossible and wrong to make local authority related decisions without local authority, and when such cases happen, this is only harmful to all of us. So the example 6504 draft law is an example of synergy, when every representative of the Ukrainian political sphere, central authorities, local authorities, all of the local authorities, including also the Association of Ukrainian Cities and their experts, have developed a project. Everyone advocated for it, and we have arrived at a great result. I think this is the guarantor of our success. This is what our European integration and local authorities has to be based upon. So, believing into local authorities and successful decentralized Ukraine, I'd like to thank all of you once again, and I wish all of us a very fruitful meeting. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you, Mr. Vitaly. You have mentioned this, that I think, and we as local authority representatives are convinced that the decentralization process is irreversible. Whoever tried to do anything, and any thoughtless actions, etc. Dear colleagues, we have 10 minutes for questions and answers, so each one of you has an opportunity by raising their hands to ask some questions. Please say who are you asking the question to. My name is Andrei Cheredin, Vinnytski City Council Deputy Mayor. I'd like to emphasize the fact that on what Dmytro Kisielewski was talking about, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, that all of the bylaws which allow to begin the process of creating small systems of power electricity prices in Ukraine. This is the development of industrial parks all over Ukraine, and I am convinced that we can, all the enterprises who have relocated from frontline cities and central and local authorities, to stop this relocation and to return them, and if they consider placing their production facilities in Europe, for them to be placed in Ukraine, because this is a competitive environment, and we have to when this competitive environment in not just between our city and communities, but among the countries which are now bordered, this will also create appropriate conditions for the 8 million people who are traveling around the world, for them to come back, and the statue will be able to economically raise Ukraine from the bottom to which Russian aggression has dropped us. In this one direction, which we will be able to overcome, we can start creating these conditions for this today. So I'd like to thank Mr. Dmytro Kisielewski and all of the MPs who've supported all of these acts, because we've been working together to change the system. So joining industrial parks to electric networks. Yes, thank you. I agree with you. The desire, Mr. Dmytro, you're with us. You will respond to us. Are you with us? Yes, sure. I'm glad that representatives of Vilnius are with us today. They have really done a tremendous amount of work for this innovation, innovation to become real. Only thing I'd like to say is that we only voted for this law in the second reading. It wasn't signed by the president, and this decision, the bylaws weren't developed. But since it was voted, I hope that the president will sign it soon, and these decisions will allow us to launch these small power systems in industrial parks in the nearest future. This is our attempt to approach a much more important issue, how to make it simpler to join electric networks in Ukraine. This small goal on industrial parks, I hope that we will be able to learn from our mistakes, learn how to do it better. And if we manage to do it here, then we'll be able to do the more complicated job of how to simplify joining new enterprises into electric networks, regardless if they're in an industrial park or some other space. Thank you. Thank you. Please, state your name. I represent the city of Uman, I represent social protection. Can I ask a question? Association of Ukrainian Cities is very helpful to us. It resolves a lot of issues which happen everywhere, and I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Yes, please continue. We can hear you. And right now, Vostok SOS, according to the memorandum of understanding, brought 320 people from the east of Ukraine. Also, according to the memorandum from the military administration. Today, we also undertaken additional numbers, equipped additional spaces. Of course, we have to provide catering according to the law, and we feel that really it is a significant load on the city budget, and of course we worry how it will be after the war, but we will be able to place this amount of people appropriately. So I ask the Association of Ukrainian Cities to help it bring back, as it was, to stationary departments the interbudget transfers which are made from public budget as a dotation to local budget, because this will be unbearable for us. Thank you. We will put what you said into the minutes. This will be a responsibility of appropriate authorities to respond to regulate this issue. Please, the floor is yours. Alex Terny, Roman ATC in the Sumy Oblast. The question about the personal law, Mr. Granenko was mentioned. I don't know who will give me the answer and maybe even help me, but I'd like to know that I'm very glad for the communities who have based in certain military units have placed that will pay this tax, and I also have that those who have paid the tax and at the same time also provided aid, and even more than we received, because we understand the current state of the country. But I have a question: why and how to fight this? The personal income tax becomes a political tool, and it is used by certain office holders of the central authority. So this is either the head of a certain administration or an MP, and they have transferred this personal income tax to neighboring communities of the same district, more loyal to them perhaps. How can this issue be resolved? Is it possible to resolve it as well? I even came to the regional, to the general headquarters, to heads of certain units, other MPs, and different branches of the government, but that all remained on the level of on a very surface level. Alexander Sergeyevich, please. I don't know, someone for you. Maybe not Vitaly, maybe whoever is ready to present. And what settlement are you talking about, or Romada?
А воно стосується всіх, Олександр.
Well, it's related, it's for everyone. It's an issue that touches everyone, but yeah, but there's a very specific complaint, not to talk this on national level. Okay, we can discuss this privately later. Maybe Anatoly Petrovich will be able to help with that. Of course, that shouldn't happen. Alexander Sergeyevich, really, if you were to respond, then the issue is, this issue exists, and really this personal income tax is being re-registered, and here us as representatives, local authorities, it would make sense to regulate this issue on paying private income on the allocation of certain fighters, because it's clear that the war, the fighting will end with our victory sooner or later, and there will be the same level. There won't be the same level of personal income tax, but there is some difference in budgets and approaches, and there are certain pressure on local authorities to do. If you either do this or you register the unit, so every community has a program of support of our armed forces, and if we don't provide 100% and defined proportion from the funds we receive from this tax to help our fighters, or even more. But this issue is also, it should be put in the minutes, and then we'll try to regulate it on the regional basis, as Ms. Alexander just said, from which place you are. Any other questions?
Dear colleagues, we are right on time. We've exhausted the time that. Oh, please go ahead. Glory to Ukraine. And dear colleague, Slavuta, please wait. Let's Alexander Sergeyevich, I beg your pardon. Yes, I would like to. Several people talking at the same time. So any privileges, taxes shouldn't be political tools, shouldn't serve as political tools to pursue any political goals, because the economy, as a person said, economy is the essence of the politics, but let's not mix the two things into one. The only thing is that during this discussion we've got to be honest to the fullest, speaking about whether the tax be paid where the production facility is at. The politics are kind of engaged, and I have a conflict of interest as a person living in this city. I like it, but as a statesman, I don't like it. So let's continue discussing this openly, and the thing about the servicemen and women is a step towards that very model that we used to offer, paying taxes there where the production facilities or the people, workers allocated, and not where the headquarters are. So we will see how things will unfold. So let's discuss this, and let's definitely keep in mind, let's not forget that local taxation or local taxes is a means of finding services to provide, finding resources to provide services. So the brigade does use the local facilities, so we need to find the balance, because all the tax on the income of the physical person, well, we need to think about it, because servicemen, several thousands of servicemen travel the roads that we built, they drink the water from the pipelines that we maintain, and we need to think about, we need to figure out the best way possible. Let's find the same balance in between the two extremes. If we look, we will find. Thank you very much. We're going to wrap up our panel discussion. Dear colleagues, we are deeply convinced that we will rebuild everything, and economically we will be growing, and definitely we will win. Glory to the local self-governance, glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Everything will be Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, let us begin our third panel discussion, which will be named the exchange of experience between representatives of municipalities from different countries and cities to build partnership to rebuild and develop Ukrainian communities. My name is Vitaly Maletsky. I'm the city head of the city of Kremenchuk in Poltava, the center of Ukraine. Our city is about 30 to 150 kilometers away from the front lines. But it just so happened that the city has suffered the most out of the Poltava Oblast. 80% of all of the shellings was received by our city. Our production is fully destroyed. We had the power station destroyed. We had our oil processing factory destroyed, and certain other infrastructure destruction, which has to be rebuilt right now. Also, with the participation from partners from other countries. I'll say about a couple words about that later. I'd like to present participants of our panel today. We had Mr. Fabrizio Rossi, the General Secretary of the City of European Municipalities and Regions. He will take part in our panel online. We'll also have Bernd Föhringer, mayor of Sindelfingen in Germany. This is this city in Baden-Württemberg, in the south of Germany, a very strong city. We know that Mr. Bernd is the president of the local authority chamber in an organization which is doing a lot to build the cooperation between Ukraine and his country, and to support our local authorities. We also have the mayor of Nikopol, Alexandra Sik, who will also tell us about the situation in their city. Their situation is very complicated. We know that as a result of the Kakhovka Dam by the Russian occupiers, a lot of our cities have lost sustainable water supply. Some don't have water at all, and it's pretty hard for them right now. We also have Oleg Stony, mayor of the city of Roman. The city was at the start of the full-scale invasion pretty much surrounded. It was and it's also pretty hard for them to now to rebuild the system of interaction with business, with the communities in the Sumy Oblast on its territory, but they have been doing this successfully. I have Andrei Hov from the Podgorodnitsky, mayor of Voronezh in the Brasovsk. You know that your city is almost near the city of Dnipro, but it's also a pretty hard region to work in, and there is a large community which concentrates resources, and small administrative subjects find it hard to compete for business and investment with large cities nearby. And we also we'll have online the mayor of the city of Parma, Giorgio Bori, in Italy. We have a bit of a limitation to do. We have to finish until 5 p.m. So 7 minutes per speech we propose today, and this will be dedicated to the exchange of experience between Ukrainian municipalities and the EU countries in regards to international projects which are now being implemented, which are being planned, and in regards to the partnerships which have certain developments, results which we can talk about, and also the planning of our future action. Here we would like to emphasize that we need to take into account the standards which European cities live by and work by. It will be way easier for us to integrate into Europe, to undertake this experience, to write and implement common projects. Thanks to the Association of Ukrainian Cities, we have a unique opportunity to take part in such events. There are plenty of them. Our city is a partner of the Bridges of Trust project, which is being implemented also by Spanish municipalities. Together with our colleagues, we have visited potential partner cities. And I'd like to say that this could be not just a short-term project. We've seen that we have a lot in common economically, also as well, because the region which was chosen for us is the Basque country, a pretty developed region industrially in Spain, which has a great financial stability, great industrial capacities to work and to create appropriate conditions for inhabitants of such communities, but there are certain issues which are also typical of Ukrainian cities as well. I'd like to invite to open our panel discussion Fabrizio Rossi, General Secretary of the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, who emphasizes the Bridges of Trust project, which is being implemented by the Council of European Municipalities and Regions together with the Association of Ukrainian Cities with the support of the ULEAD program in Europe. This is really a very interesting project. This is what any city could utilize. This is publicly available, and I think those who have joined us online will be able to learn a lot of interesting things from this communication. So, Mr. Fabrizio Rossi, we invite you to join us online. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's really good to be here with you today. A pity indeed I cannot be in Kiev with you this time, but I really hope I'll be able to visit you again very soon, dear Ukrainian friends. Let me start my intervention by expressing my condolences to the families of the victims of another barbaric attack by the Russian Federation that shelled the residential buildings in Lviv. Mayor Sadovy reported that, if I'm not wrong, 10 people have been killed by this attack. So my condolences to the families of the victims, and also the support of the whole CMR community, the support of the Council of European Municipalities and Regions from all over Europe, to Mayor Sadovy and to those leaders who are indeed defending their communities and their territories on the ground. This is, of course, still a horrific reality that millions of Ukrainians are experiencing, no matter how close they are to the front line. So we are very grateful, of course, also us as Europeans, to the defense forces who are protecting peaceful Ukrainian cities. From our side, following the devastating destruction of many Ukrainian municipalities, it became very clear to us that there was a need to increase local and regional cooperation between Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian municipalities, and the European Union. And those cities and municipalities that belong already to the European Union, to help Ukraine recover and rebuild and build indeed a brighter future. So the Council of European Municipalities and Regions has been promoting this focus on international municipal cooperation and building partnerships between local and regional governments for already many decades. This is pretty much core to our DNA. This is pretty much core to who we are. At the heart of this work, there's always been a firm conviction that the links, exchanges, and cooperation between municipalities are the driving force in the growth and development of their communities, and this is also a driving force for the growth of Europe as a whole. So we as CMR, Council of European Municipalities and Regions, we are 100% committed to this work. Our political leadership and myself are committed to this. And this is indeed the work that we've been implementing. You, Chairman, you were rightly explaining already. This is the work we've been implementing under the Bridge of Trust program. Under this program, since November 2022, we mobilize Ukrainian municipalities, 30 Ukrainian municipalities, which are receiving today support with the developing of a partnership with a European Union municipality, with another cities in a far geographically far country. The project is implemented by CMR and the Association of Ukrainian Cities with the support of the EU Lead with Europe program, and through the involvement, of course, of the Association of Local Governments in the 10 European member states that are involved and that are active under this program. I want to emphasize that the CMR is absolutely committed once again to support this program, to support Ukrainian municipalities. So we will continue developing further this program. We are 100% convinced that there is really the need to strengthen this bottom-up approach to the reconstruction of Ukraine in every possible way. So local governments should play a key role on the reconstruction of Ukraine. In the last few months alone, under the Bridge of Trust program, we organized more than 20 bilateral meetings, European and Ukrainian mayors coming together. 12 Ukrainian municipal delegations have already visited the European counterparts in Latvia, France, Hungary, Spain, Italy, as part of a study visit, and they started together to work concretely on specific recovery projects. We also organized 3 solidarity forums with Ukraine. These were held in Latvia, Czech Republic, and France to promote cooperation and partnership with Ukrainian municipalities and cities and municipalities in European partner countries. At the same time, the work we are developing is also about providing training to Ukrainian local authorities, including formation session, for instance, training on integration into European legislation, but also on the European Union financial instruments, and work, for instance, and how to work under the EU grants. What does this imply financially, operationally? What are the reporting constraints, and so on? So this is pretty much part of the training we are providing. And we are doing this, and with this, of course, I conclude my intervention. We are doing this because we are 100% convinced that reconstruction is not only about the building bridges, roads, airports. Reconstruction is also probably foremost is about bringing back hope to those local communities that have been highly affected by the war and are today still affected by the war. So we are trying really to bring hope back to these communities through this cooperation program, to the Bridge of Trust program. Thank you very much. Cooperation program, to the Bridge of Trust program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio Rossi. Definitely, you've been right saying that restoration of Ukraine will help Europe as a whole grow. And today we say that the recovery of the infrastructure ruined in our towns without European support, it will be spread over a long period of time and will undermine the trust of the community to the fact that we can actually win or recover fast. So, from my experience, when the centralized heat supply was ruined, we were supported by the Danish government, and due to the programs implemented earlier, the Danish government helped us rebuild the backup heating supply system, helped us to rebuild it very fast. Currently, it's 4 megawatts, 10 burners, 40 megawatts total, located in different parts of the town, connected to the existing centralized heat supply system, which allows us to go through upcoming winter. It used to be a small cooperation in a different project, but we used those contacts and we used those contacts from the previous project to help us to get ready for the winterization. We would like to express our gratitude to everyone with the European Union for this great support provided to the Ukrainian cities and towns. Ever since the initial days of the full invasion, you started calling the mayors. We got phone calls from the twin towns, and we got phone calls from the towns or provinces that we had met 5 years before they were started, working on other projects. That support proved to be very important. That support transformed into generators, water purification systems, any other support. But at the very beginning, it was just a phone call support, and we know that we're backed up by the European Union, we're backed up by the people of the EU, and we're backed up by our partners who are currently with us online. I would like to express my gratitude to the people of Germany and to the mayors of German cities and towns who've done a lot to support their Ukrainian counterpart. And I would like to give the microphone to Bernd Führinger, the mayor of Sindelfingen from Germany, the president of the Chamber of Local Authorities, the Council of Europe, the Congress of the Local and Regional Authorities. He was one of the initiators of Cities for Cities platform, which actually merges the needs of the Ukrainian cities with opportunities and capacities of their potential or future partners of the European Union. Our cities can say through that platform what they need, and the colleagues can transfer what they have, their experience, technical assistance, humanitarian support, that what is extremely needed for the communities of Ukraine.
Dear colleagues from the Association of Ukrainian Cities, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, today's conference discusses the crucial role of local and regional authorities in Ukraine's road towards a full recovery and EU accession. This morning, the Secretary General of the Congress of the Council of Europe, Mathieu Maury, spoke to you already on the role of the Congress in supporting local authorities in Ukraine, especially after the summit in Reykjavik. So I will not speak to you today in my capacity as President of the Chamber of Local Authorities in the Congress, but more as Lord Mayor of the city of Sindelfingen. Unfortunately, I'm unable to join the panel today, but would like to take this opportunity to share some experience from Sindelfingen, medium-sized city in south of Germany, with you and what we did to respond to the war. Days after the full-scale invasion started, Sindelfingen and the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities initiated the Cities for Cities platform to provide immediate assistance to Ukrainian cities and communities. The idea that cities help cities was the driving principle. Since the launch of the platform, more than 25 humanitarian shipments have been sent to Ukraine, each worth around 50,000 euro. Furthermore, in order to support communities in Ukraine, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development has provided the city of Sindelfingen with a non-refundable grant of around 1 million euro for the purchase of used vehicles and municipal equipment in 2023 to help with the aftermath of the destruction of Ukrainian cities. So far, a total of over 50 used municipal vehicles have been procured throughout Germany as part of a Phoenix for You project. This is a very practical example of delivering against a very practical need of local authority by another local authority. But besides the more technical cooperation provided through a context-established overbuild platform, we wanted to bring people together to establish the real connection that you can only find at the local level. So also, we as the city of Sindelfingen, as part of a youth project, talented young people from Zweil had the opportunity to visit Sindelfingen and its surroundings for 10 days at the end of 2022. The aim was to promote personal growth, restore confidence in the future, and most importantly, to divert attention from a traumatic experience of war. Strengthening partnership and cooperation at the local level between Ukrainians and other European cities is key and on our way towards an EU membership. At our Strategic Municipal Partnership Forum in February 2023, we brought mayors and community representatives together to work on concrete steps towards establishing a long-term partnership and providing support to Ukrainian communities. The lessons learned and experienced made will help us to design even better structures and support in the months to come. So these have been examples from Sindelfingen, but we also need more commitment from other European municipalities and regions, and we will need to broaden our support. With Cities for Cities, United for Ukraine, we have a great tool and network to act fast and on urgent needs. But we have to go beyond immediate relief. I believe that we have to look at the mid and long-term cooperation, focus on knowledge sharing and capacity building. So we proposed in discussions on a European level to establish a competence center for cities-to-cities cooperation. Sindelfingen, Cities for Cities, United for Ukraine are ready to continue in supporting local authorities to strengthen their resilience and transformation process towards a European integration. We stand with Ukraine. I thank you and wish you a successful conference. Greetings from Sindelfingen, Slava Ukraine.
Glory to you, to the heroes.
Дякуємо пану Бернаду Фюрінгеру за дуже гарну промову і за те, що він сказав ключове, що ми не обмежуємося короткостроковими проєктами, не обмежуємося тим, що ми отримали гуманітарну допомогу, в кращому випадку подякували і забули. Нам треба дійсно розбудовувати довгострокову співпрацю, і в цьому зацікавлені і наші громади, і наші міста, і наші європейські партнери теж зацікавлені. Це запорука.
This is what we need to be building up long-term relations. This is what we're all for. This will help us in Europe. So when we went to Spain, we were told that the project was to be over in September. We didn't know that things could be wrapped up so fast. But once we talked to our colleagues from the municipalities, we realized that we've got lots of in common, and it will not be over in September. We may be signing long-term memorandum. We may be talking about twinning with those cities. So it's not only humanitarian economical relations, but we can also twin them and share our other achievements like sports and culture achievements. And currently we've got a colleague from Alexander Sayuk. He's online. He is mayor of Nikopil. He is participating in this project, but ever since the full-size invasion, he hasn't left the city. And Tatiana Obadena was part of the delegation that visited Spain with us, and I hope that today Nikopol is receiving the true feedback, true assistance from participating in this project. So today online with us, Alexander, he will tell us about the trip visit to the city of Victoria, País Vasco, and he will tell us how they will be rebuilding the sewage and water supply network, and he'll tell us whether they've received any assistance from our Spanish partners. And we know that it is so much difficult for Nikopol not having the centralized water supply. We know it's difficult for them because they always fear that through the Dnieper River, just several kilometers from where they are, is where the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is situated, with the Russians used to intimidate for several weeks. you probably read it in the news, but the community is working, the community is fighting, the municipality does everything it can for the people to feel protected and for the community to head for the victory that will definitely have. Over to Mr. Steyu. Good afternoon, everyone. Definitely from the very beginning of the active phase of the war, and starting June the 12th, 2022, the city has been constantly shelled by the enemy, and our city is located several kilometers down the water reservoir, which existed in the past, but it doesn't exist anymore, and we're only a few kilometers away from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's why every day we suffer because of shelling. We're shelled. There are damages done to the infrastructure, to the buildings, and we are trying to do our best to remediate the aftermath of the shelling, because as you've said, though only half of the population is in the city from what it used to be, but this is quite a substantial number of the people and we need to do everything so that under even these hard circumstances, the life of these people be easy, as easy as it can be. Unfortunately, 20 dwellers of Nikopol were killed in shelling, 143 dwellers of Nikopol got wounded, more than 4,000 different buildings got damaged, like schools, privately owned houses.
The destruction is pretty big, but with the local budget funds, we rebuild both multi-story buildings and private sector buildings and publicly owned buildings. Really, life goes on. The city keeps working, keeps living. The people of Nikopol go to their jobs, and us as the municipal government, we are glad that we have partners. There's an understanding. We take part in different conferences. We travel to different meetings. And one of such very important for us trips was the trip to Spain, where Tatiana Slavina, my deputy, had a discussion where she talked to our European partners, and as part of the Bridges of Trust project, which is implemented by the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, together with the Association of Ukrainian Cities, with the support of the program Together with Europe, there was a training trip to the municipality of in the Basque Country in Spain, and the main goal of the trip was the exchange of experience between the Ukrainian and the European municipality. After the Kakhovka Dam was blown up, there is no Kakhovka reservoir, and if we had the problem with outdated construction of the Voda Canal and the low quality of the water, now we have another problem in the form of lack of water being provided to the city. We have it trucked per quarter, but still we conduct all the necessary kinds of work to rebuild water supply. And this program and this trip they will be implemented. We had the understanding that really we require modern water treatment, and we had also discussed a draft proposal on rebuilding our communal enterprise on water supply. We had municipal company representatives provided by Victoria Stays provide services and centralized water supply, and provides in general an integrated cycle of water resources. And right now we are consulting on drafting and selection of the technology of modern water treatment. Taking into account the agreements achieved during the visit, we specify the cooperation between the municipalities of the Victoria Stays and the city of Nikopol. We continue our exchange of experience, and we determine the relevant proposal on rebuilding our treatment facilities. I'd like to thank our partners a lot for their solidarity and all-around support in giving the opportunity to the Nikopol City Council to cooperate with the community of the Victoria Stays community. Thank you very much for the support, for supporting Ukraine, especially in such very complicated times, not just for our municipalities, but for all of Ukraine. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава.
Glory to heroes. Thank you, Alexander Ivanovich. We see really that Nikopol is moving on. You've developed almost the other half of what we all have to do as participants of this process, because we have to prepare a draft project documentation on our Ukrainian standards to construct these projects, and do the same with the European standards. And here aid is provided very efficiently with the Lead with Europe project. We're ready to support this work. This will be the first steps for our work on preparation of a project according to European standards, EU requirements. This is the first effective, if humble, step on the European integration of our public utilities system. I'd like to give floor to our another project. This is representative of the Roman City Council. I have a pretty complicated situation. We understand that the city sleeps every night under threat of shelling, but the city keeps working. There are enterprise workings, the social sphere, and here really there's significant work done of our Romney city. Good afternoon. Thank you, dear colleagues. Of course, it's all comparative. Yes, it's hard for everyone, but when you take a look at it, when you talk with your colleagues from the front line, other communities which are directly on the contact line, then I can say that it's all well and good. Yes, we fall asleep, and it's a sirens. People can get used to anything, and this is better than falling asleep direct shelling. I'd like to tell a bit about my community, although I can tell about it for days. I'd like to tell you as much as possible how attractive it is, but I'd like to note briefly that we have one of the biggest Hromadas communities in the Sumy Oblast. In 2020, it was amalgamated to this city of Romny had 74 villages joined. This is a significant work and a lot of responsibility, but we are responding to this channel and try to work with it powerfully. And this kind of challenge, same as the rest of the country, war has suddenly was not suddenly added to it, but unexpectedly. But we have encountered the enemy in a unified manner, and we filled in the questionnaire, which heroic efforts of your inhabitants would you like to emphasize? Like to emphasize the efforts of our people who try to provide information directly to our headquarters, to me directly, about the movement of equipment. This was unified, powerful, and this information was given from me to the oblast. We were surrounded since the 24th February, the start of the invasion, till the 13th of March. The enemy was going around our community, sometimes entering the city, but quickly running through, being afraid of finding resistance. We were ready. As much as that was possible at the time, but once again, thank God, they went on and left. They moved on, left our community beside, leaving a ruination of mostly roads behind them. In general, our community didn't suffer, and frankly doesn't suffer, thank God, and today a few destructions, much like other towns, but sometimes you sit down and think, and what would we do if what have we done there so that there is no fighting? Analyzing the work of the city council, of inhabitants, you understand that there was plenty of important work done, such as organizing communal services, receiving humanitarian aid, giving out humanitarian aid, for it all to be done in a proper, lawful way. And we try to, as much as possible, for people not to feel lacking in anything, be it water supply, heating. We were ready at the start of the 2023. We were, the entire community was, all institutions, schools, etc., all of the critical infrastructure was provided with generators. Of course, great thanks to every organization who was involved in that. Abroad foreign partners as well. And, you know, I am proud, really, but with the teamwork, how important it is, especially in the complicated conditions. They are not exceptionally hard. I'm repeating that to my conscience when they ask what it's like for you compared to others, and thank God. And when once again you receive humanitarian, you say that we don't need it. You should better bring it to those who really need it, be it clothing or food or generators, etc. They keep proposing us, and we say no, it's fine. We don't take it for it not just to be there. That's wrong, I believe. And we also continue helping despite the different challenges, as I've mentioned before. We continue providing aid to territorial defense through social organizations by gathering funds. We conduct charity concert, although the start in the middle of 2022, the first charity concert there was a lot of negative emotion at the time. There's war in the country, and you are out here singing and dancing, and then everyone understood what's the point of it, and the entire country understood that this is a powerful support of our cultural support of our army. So we are emphasizing culture and also education. We try to provide conditions, taking into account the military, martial law. We'll try to support the education of our children, although the threat is still constant. Once again, there's criticism from certain authorities, certain, so to say, colleagues, quote unquote, that you want to be destroyed, for the shells in that place where the training is happening. But thank God it all went ahead and is relatively calm, and we keep teaching our nation, our future, those who will replace us, our children. And as I've said when analyzing our work, I am proud of that we didn't stop. We didn't stop for a second. We started this process and keep finding twin cities. We went to Spain, a representative head also to the western regions of our nation, and today we don't have any city who would like not to work for quantity but for quality, for them to be just a couple, but for it to be effective, for us not to be the receiver, but also for there to be mutual cooperation, but in cultural or public utility, for us to also be interesting to partners. So we're working in this regard as well, and also I believe it to be a certain achievement of our community and our inhabitants. We have one of the most powerful centers for administrative service provisions in the Sumy Oblast, which provides more than 400 services, and today.
And there's a special window for the ex-combatants, and we are waiting for them to come, and we will be providing them free of charge and out of the queue services, because servicemen and servicewomen will return and they will urgently need to be serviced, like PSS, psychosociological support, or any other types of support. So we do our best in this field. We haven't stopped for a minute. The works done in the field of cleaning of the community. This is important, to keep your streets clean, and Kharkiv has played a good role model for me when Kharkiv was heavily shelled by the enemy, and the mayor of Kharkiv would control the work of the cleaning department, the street cleaning department. And those, the workers who would plant flowers in the streets. So these flowers served additional hope and belief in the victory. And this is something that supports the people of Kharkiv. And this is important. So everything seems to be timely. If you do something with cold heart, if you do it all together with your partners, and if you do everything thinking well before you do something, I don't think this is an achievement, but this is a great responsibility that rests on my shoulders that I've fulfilled. And we also know that there's a town of Inveruno, and you've been cooperating with them. They are not your twin town, but you have relations with that town. Probably the colleagues will listen to your case and will also follow in your footsteps. Yes, we are in the process of signing an agreement of twinning. I hope that it will not only happen with the town of Inveruno in Italy. And here you see that the chargé d'affaires was visiting us, and we hope that we will continue cooperating with them and with the Czech Republic, and we hope that we will sign an agreement with them as well, with the Czechs as well, and we will transfer our experience, and they will transfer their experience to us. So we're trying to participate to the fullest possible in all the projects in all the projects, literally. I've made this decree, so to say, an official decree to, if there's a chance, we try to stay in touch with anybody. We want to be visible by everyone. Thank you, dear Association of the Cities of Ukraine, for helping us. In our community is an attractive one for investors, and I felt that as the head of the community. I feel it over the recent months, and I see there's a special attention given to the bordering communities. We will help to rebuild those border communities. And currently we are addressed, we're offered to participate in industrial parks, water supply, the repairment or replacement of water supply, water pipes, supply system. And our partners are aware that we are geographically located, we're in a good geographical location. So if you travel to Kyiv, Sumy, Konotop, we're on the way. We're always en route. So of those who travel to those three cities, and we're taking advantage. They are our geographical location, but it is important. I can tell you that we are decent. We will deliver upon everything that we promise. And having attended different forums, I hear again and again some kind of fear voiced by our foreign partners about the existing corruption in Ukraine. Yes, the corruption is still here. We haven't fought over it, but I hope that we will curb corruption once and for all. Want it to happen as fast as we can, and let me. That's my point of view, and I hope that we will fight corruption. And thank you very much. Yes, in order for the investments to arrive to Ukraine, you need to show that there's a community, and the community has got advantages. Yes, definitely there are threats. There's instability. We've spoken about it when the Zaporizhzhia mayor was talking. International organization, investors are afraid to wander into bordering zones that are close to the combat zone, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. But you've got to be preparing projects today in order to engage investors tomorrow and to have the necessary package and send it to all the facilities, funds, correct technical errors that you've committed, and produce all the necessary technical documentations. This will bear fruit for the community in the future. I see that your community has adopted more than 3,000 IDPs, and in your town you have good experience with ICS, financial organization, and now we, within the framework of the conference on the recovery of Ukraine in London, we signed an agreement to engage investments to repair, to overall houses for the IDPs for the town of Kremenchuk for 1 million euros. 5,000 euros is given to each IDP, provided that you provide and you have a place for people to live of 200 places. This can be a dormitory or any other building reconverted into a dwelling place for the people to live for at least 5 years. This is a great case, and it's nice to see so many IDPs living in your community. So we're using a dormitory that the state company Ukrtransnaft, the oil company, gave to us free of charge. And I know that you're participating in some of their projects, so there are assets that can be given into the communal ownership. Or we also paid 9 million hryvnias for their kindergarten they no longer were using, and we're going to be reshifting it to house IDPs. So everything should be ready, and with the help of the association, its connections, we will have powerful investment opportunities in the future. Online with us, we have the secretary of Zelenodolsk City Council, Olga Tsetsyura, Dnipropetrovsk province. Their town is located on the bank of the Dnieper River, the territory controlled by the Ukrainian government, but the distance in between them and the enemy captured territory is 10 kilometers. And recently they signed a framework agreement, and they have now a vision with the municipality from France, which is 10 kilometers away from Paris, the capital of France. So two different towns, but they've found some common ground. So Olga, please share us your experience. How come that you live in a city that is daily threatened? How come that you're managing to develop relations with foreign partners from Paris, France? It's a great pleasure of mine to represent my territorial community, Hromada. Our Hromada is definitely located pretty close to the touchline, the front line where the Russian troops were situated, and the distance in between us and the captured territory was only 5 to 7 kilometers. In spring, we were constantly shelled by the enemy. But let me tell you a few words about our community. Our territorial community was created during the first wave of decentralization in 2015. There are 4 settlements that got amalgamated, Zolonodorsk, and 3 villages, as you can see on the slide. The territory is, you can see it on the slide information, the population is 16.5 thousand of people. It used to be, before the war started, the population had been about 18,000 people, 18. So we were quite a powerful community. We used to be one, and we had quite ambitious plans about our development and moving towards the improving of the local infrastructure. The community currently has quite a diverse industry, and there's a Krivoriska power plant, there are green energy solar park, and we also have agriculture Ibulon company, and we've got lots of lands that is used by the agro companies to grow plants and everything else. So this was what we had been planning to head for, and there were plans of the city council to create a town good for everyone, the city of energetic people, and the city of sun energy. Though the 24th of February last year is something that we will remember once and for all. For 8 months, we had been constantly shelled, MLRS, different types of artillery, and the infrastructure was partially destroyed to the ground. 83% of the entertainment facilities were destroyed, 54% of educational facilities were destroyed, and this is one of the high schools in Velikostroma was directly hit, and this high school can no longer be used for education. So rebuilding of this high school is a top priority for us, and we're looking for potential investors and to rebuild this high school. This high school was a school at Velikokostromka village. It was a high school and junior high school, and served as an elementary school and even kindergarten. Ever since the war started, there were 2 kindergarten. Before the war, there were 2 kindergarten departments, and it was equipped with everything, and children from 3 to 6 were meant to have access to good education. Currently, unfortunately, this is no longer possible because the building is ruined. About 20% of households got destroyed. I'm talking about the private flats and private houses and flats in multi-story buildings. And the very town of Zolonodorsk, there are 105 multi-flats houses. 64 got damaged to different degree, and our town last year was called the window plastic town, because all the windows got broken and the plastic was used instead of glass in the window panes. So we did everything possible. We worked with charitable funds, we worked with international governmental and non-governmental organizations to help the people. And in winter, we started winterizations with window panes, no plastic, and rebuild roofs. And today, there are lots of problems that have got to do with the houses, but a lot of work has already been done. And we're trying to rebuild our infrastructure. and the buildings of our communal like schools and hospitals and everything. We're trying to rebuild those. Some sad statistics about people wounded and killed, because the greatest damage is not roads or houses damaged. The lives of the people lost is the great sorrow. 62 civilians got wounded. Out of them, 4 children got wounded. 18 people got killed in our community, including 1 child. So this is a very sad story. There was a mother with 2 children, twins. They were out on the street, and there was a daylight. She was going home. They were going home, and they got shelled. 1 child got wounded. The other child was killed, unfortunately. So this is the statistics that we have, and the companies that used to be in our territory also got damaged. And we're talking about the Nibulon company. You see that it's grain transportation line got damaged. The fires caused by shelling at the Kryvyi Rih thermal power plant, but the professionals did everything despite constant shelling. The city did have hot water supplied and heat supplied. So those are the 3 heroes, people working in that power plant. Almost 90% of solar panels got damaged and destroyed. Fires destroyed 70 hectares of land. 33 hectares are the agricultural lands. That's why the war in the territory of our community did a lot of bad, and the plans that we used to have prior to the 24th of February had got to be readjusted to the new reality, and we need to rethink everything that we will do in the future.
Other than ourselves being shelled, we were the only bridge between the occupied Kherson Oblast with the liberated territories. So during this time, we had over 2,000 refugees from the Kherson Oblast going through it. The pain and desperation is intense. They were wearing whatever they could take with them. We received people, provided them with first aid, medical, psychological, fed them, provided them with temporary housing, helped them move to safer places. Part of these people moved on, of course, but today we receive internally displaced persons. We have about 1,200 such people registered only through the central administrative service provision points. We understand that there are more people like this actually, and this is mostly people from the neighboring Kherson Oblast, because we are the territory that preserved their infrastructure. We weren't occupied, but we were almost isolated, and during 2 months there was no opportunity to provide us even with the primary, most important goods. Talking about today, of course, we understand that rebuilding people's houses and rebuilding the quality of life of people in our territory is our goal number 1. That's why when we cooperate with international partners, with international funds, first of all, we choose the directions of the reconstruction of the energy infrastructure of the city. We want to rebuild the kind of infrastructure which would be modern, energy efficient, which would be energy independent, so using renewable energy in healthcare facilities, education facilities is our primary goal, and building water supply infrastructure as well. We talked about this even before the 6th of June, before the tragedy, the terror act on the Kakhovka hydroelectric station. Even back then, the system required significant repairs, but after the ruination, after the terrorist act, there's no other way to put it, and the Kakhovka Dam, the meeting, The same situation is in our community today. The territory of our community requires reconstruction and the improvement of the water supply situation. The Marinske settlement today has no drinking water. People have no opportunity of centralized water supply at all. We are working on tracking water to them, tracking bottled water to them. We brought around reservoirs for technical water for people to be able to fill it, of course. This does not resolve the issue. That's why we're working on finding underground waters, and for that we need to conduct geological surveys. We need to find new systems of water supply to provide people with water. And we had significant damage to the sports base, and that's why when we only started our work on partnership, we presented the fact that children are the future of our nation, of our community, and that's why the creation of preconditions for children's development is exceedingly important for us. So we review considering it as one of the partnership aspects, because we had the city, our city stadium damaged, the sport complex, we damaged the rowboat sport base was damaged for us, and also the creation of a center for servicemen and women rehabilitation, because the Hromada has buildings which could be rebuilt for centers for placing servicemen and women and to rebuild their improve their health. It's in a very beautiful place in a park, so we propose this. So we propose this building to be used to construct a center for servicemen and women rehabilitation, and we've brought these projects to France. We've taken them with us in the small French town which was mentioned today, together with the Association of Ukrainian Cities. Thank you very much to the association who, together with the Association of French Cities, was conducive to our visit. The three Ukrainian cities, Selenodolsk, Apostolov, and Korostin, visited French and could meet their partners. Burj, this was a partner of Korostin, Apostolov, and Reshelen. Our community went to Som, and I was really impressed with the meeting, the degree to which our partners really care about our problems, how ready they are to help us, to act with us together. And only this morning I came in, and when opening my mail, I see a message from our partners when there's a proposal to provide us with a water truck to immediately resolve the issue, which for us is very important. So I'm very thankful that this is just the first step for our cooperation. Then we will have following steps for our joint cooperation, and I expect a long-term partnership with the French municipality. And I think that partnership will be there. Other than cooperating with the French city, we work with other territories. We are currently in the stage of creating a partnership with another town. We are only meeting with our partners from that other city, and we're also on the stage of signing a Twin Cities agreement with the Polish city of Sharona, and we would like to thank all of the European nations which opened their doors for us, opened their hearts to us, and help us, and are willing to help us in rebuilding the damaged infrastructure. And of course, without the Association of Ukrainian Cities, this wouldn't be able to be implemented. So thank you very much. Thank you, Olga.
Дякуємо дуже за
Thank you very much for this in-depth presentation about your community. and the achievements you have. Today we have with us here in the studio Andrei Horba, Voronezh City mayor from who will share his plans on the building partnerships with another Spanish municipality, Soria, where a training visit is planned as part of one of our projects. You're welcome. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, the speaker is very quiet and is being cut off all the time, so interpretation cannot be provided. The colleagues have said a lot. Thank you very much. At the very start, there are technical issues which prevent interpretation. I'd like to thank you, the AUC, for this event and for the work that is being done by the association. It is tremendous. We know that our local authorities' interests are protected by the association, and if we didn't have such a powerful united association, we'd have entirely different conditions for the local authority work. Of course, since the 24th, as the colleague has said, I liked it a lot. We have almost arrived at the fact that our values were reassessed, because everything we wanted to do, all of these plans, they were all sometimes postponed or even forgotten about. We are, of course, now moving on to a new reality. Our community is not a borderline community. It is in the back, but we're pretty close to the front line. We're 80 kilometers near Zaporizhia. We are not shelled by artillery, but we had missile attacks many times, unfortunately. And at the same time, since the 24th, we were very much grasping with the issue of placing and aiding and internally displaced person, because we're on the roadway going from Donetsk and Kharkiv. You understand that what happened in the first days. I personally wake up in the first 1 a.m. Was placing people in buses. This was mostly Luhansk Oblast, which was being captured in the first 1,000 people, wearing whatever they could grab. We're moving on. We had over 10,000 people go through our territory. We had to feed all of them at least once, provide them with a place to stay. Very often people required things of immediate necessity, because sometimes they left in a hurry and couldn't take some personal effects, shoes, clothes, etc. And today, same as our colleagues, we had over 3,000 people register through the Central Administrative Service Point, our newly registered citizens of our city. We had people register through the Dia app. Such a function is available as well. And also, I think the 3,500 of IDPs exist in the community right now. Of course, we are interested in providing them with workplaces, to place them somewhere, to implement them into our community. We're working on this a lot, and on the slide you can see one of the consequences of a hit. It was a very serious hit near two apartment buildings. Significant damage. 6 flats destroyed completely, and 1 detached house destroyed. They were not destroyed. Significant damage for the community, and as you can see, the previous community of our community were under 2 million, of which 37 million were given to the armed forces. Even though we received personal income tax for 2.7 million. So it didn't count how many military bases we had. But we have given these funds because only the victory could everything we planned before. And you know, we had a discussion today what to do, how to get military units involved, how to invite them, how to fight for them, etc. And I'd like to say that in 2022, we have given over 30 million, even though we've received quite not a lot. And those military units that given, they registered with us. We didn't even ask them for it. It was their way of saying thank you. So we keep providing. Over 20 million in 6 months have been given to the army, and the sum will be a bit bigger in the next 6 months as well. So of course we would like to be building roads and sidewalks and etc., but we understand that right now we need to support the army, our boys. But one of the projects which we would like to implement, because it is also directly related to our protectors, is the Center of Veteran Support. Maybe there are colleagues who were with me when we were in Lviv, and looking at a veteran support center you've created on the basis of on the base of that one large hospital, a center for mental health. Very interesting ideas. So we've taken a look and we saw it in the support for the servicemen and women who come back from the front. It's a very important, relevant topic because our boys and girls will come back with issues because they were ordinary people who mobilized. And now there's only war for them every day. And in a year, a couple of years after, however long it takes, the war will be the only thing they will know, so they will need to be adapted. Of course, I wouldn't like to be too long, so everything's on the website. Really, I see that the community is looking into the future because confidence is ready to move on, and the support of association, our partners will help you with that. Dear colleagues,
I would like to give our microphone to our colleague. Ever since day one of the war, he has been helping the city of Bucha, Giorgio Hori, the mayor of the city of Bergamo, Italy. Giorgio Gori, are you with us? Buongiorno.
Grazie per avermi invitato. Sono contento di poter essere come rappresentante della città di Bergamo a questo vostro incontro, soprattutto poter tornare a testimoniare in questa occasione la forte solidarietà della comunità della mia città Bergamo nei confronti della città di Bucha, con la quale abbiamo stretto un gemellaggio lo scorso anno. Bergamo è una città che più di tutte in Europa è stata colpita dalla pandemia di Covid-19 nel 2020. La nostra provincia ha contato più di 7.000 vittime dovute all'epidemia. Per questo, quando anche il vostro paese, l'Ucraina, è stato colpito da un'altra tragedia umanitaria dovuta alla criminale invasione da parte della Russia, noi abbiamo sentito il dovere di dare una mano e in particolare abbiamo voluto dare un segnale immediatamente alla città che più di ogni altra, attraverso le immagini delle stragi dei civili perpetrate dall'esercito russo, ha colpito l'immaginario e la sensibilità della popolazione di tutto il mondo e anche di quella italiana. Per cui abbiamo cercato attraverso un'organizzazione non governativa, il CESVI, un rapporto con Bucha, lo abbiamo stabilito. Io sono venuto a Bucha, sono venuto a vedere cos'era successo nel mese di marzo in quella città. C'erano le immagini che lo testimoniavano, c'erano le parole del sindaco, le parole degli altri abitanti che testimoniavano cos'era successo a Bucha. E da lì siamo partiti per costruire un progetto di solidarietà, di aiuto, che ha trovato concretezza nella possibilità di ricostruire alcuni asili che sono stati distrutti durante l'occupazione russa e nel prestare sostegno psicologico alla popolazione che ha subito il trauma di quel mese terribile di occupazione e di crimini. In particolare aiuto psicologico ai bambini che in alcuni casi sono stati testimoni di crimini efferati. Più avanti, sempre attraverso l'aiuto del CESVI, abbiamo potuto dare una mano durante l'inverno, quando le forniture di energia elettrica e di acqua sono venute meno, e lo abbiamo fatto finanziando la realizzazione di 11 eating points nella città di Bucha e comunque sostenendo anche economicamente l'attività di CESVI anche in altre comunità. Nel frattempo ho conosciuto anche il sindaco di Kiev, il sindaco sindaci di altre città, e il sindaco di Leopoli in particolare. Con loro abbiamo stabilito un rapporto. Il sindaco di Leopoli è venuto a Bergamo ed è stato salutato, onorato, abbracciato dai rappresentanti di tutte le città italiane che a Bergamo hanno tenuto lo scorso anno l'Assemblea Nazionale dell'ANCI, l'associazione che ci rappresenta. Oggi Bergamo vuole essere ancora al vostro fianco in due modi. Il primo è quello di offrire la disponibilità ad accogliere i vostri rappresentanti, i vostri ingegneri, i vostri architetti nei mesi in cui stiamo concludendo il varo del nostro piano di governo del territorio. È uno degli strumenti più avanzati, io ritengo, per disegnare il futuro di una comunità. Bergamo è una città da 120.000 abitanti, quindi non grandissima, che ha molti punti in comune con la vostra città. E io credo che sia interessante potervi offrire la collaborazione, gli studi che sono stati fatti per disegnare una città più sostenibile, più attrattiva e più inclusiva, soprattutto nei confronti delle generazioni giovani e di quelle più anziane. Quindi questo è un primo livello di collaborazione ulteriore che io ritengo potrebbe essere molto fecondo. Il secondo è un livello di sostegno politico, perché Bergamo insieme alle città italiane sostiene la posizione del governo italiano, che a sua volta è accanto all'Ucraina in questa guerra, le fornisce aiuti diplomatici e militari e intende in ogni modo sostenere la richiesta di entrare a far parte dell'Unione Europea il prima possibile. Quindi io sarò assolutamente a sostegno di questa posizione, ci credo, penso che sia l'esito giusto, naturale della collocazione internazionale dell'Ucraina, ma prima deve finire questa guerra e non può che finire con una vittoria del vostro paese, che noi dobbiamo in ogni modo cercare di aiutare ad affermarsi. Quindi un abbraccio forte al sindaco di Bucha, ad Anatoly Fedorov, agli altri sindaci e a tutti voi. Grazie.
Grazie molto, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Giorgio Boria, for your support. Grazie per il vostro supporto al popolo d'Italia. Thank you very much for supporting Ukraine. Grazie per il supporto a Ucraina. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate day 500, but the Ukrainian people are still fighting. We're doing our best to make this victory as fast as possible. Currently, local self-governance are the forces of light that are supporting the Ukrainian armed forces, that we're helping to place the IDPs, and we're helping to. So we got some people here, and they do more than they receive. They actually support that they receive. So I'd like to wish all of us, along with the European Union, but joint effort, along with the Association of the Cities of Ukraine, head for the victory of ours, and provide the sustainable growth of our community, and do everything that local government of Ukraine develops. Thank you very much, the Association of the Cities of Ukraine, for participating, for inviting us, and I hope that today's work will bear good fruit to all of us. Thank you very much.
Доброго дня ще раз, шановні колеги, ті, хто...
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, those who are here on the online with us. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants, to the moderators, to the interpreters, to the colleagues that have participated, who've been listening, asking questions and everything. We hope that this information is proven to be fruitful to you. A year ago, it was the first time that we conducted an offline conference dedicated to the rebuilding of the Ukrainian communities. And back then, we, both offline and online, approved of a document with which we addressed our international partners on behalf of the Ukrainian partners to support the moving, exceeding of Ukraine to the EU and giving Ukraine the status of candidate country to, and this status has been granted to Ukraine. Recently, a set of documents was adopted by the European Parliament and the European Commission, which define the approaches and principles of support of Ukraine and the local authorities. And that is why I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants, to all the speakers, and please note that in your folders, those who are online, we've emailed you the respective documents. I'd like to draw attention to the fact that this draft of the document, that's the manifesto, that's a draft of the manifesto in which we say that the Ukrainian local self-government is heading for the European standards. So everybody, please get acquainted with this document. Should you have any proposals, clarifications to be provided, anything, you know that at the Association of the Cities, everything is done the inclusive way. So, and everything is discussed on different levels. So once we've got a proposal from you and once we've approved everything from you, then it will be offered to our partners. Our partners will be offered this document, and we will launch the next stage of our European integration process. I'm talking about the requirements, principles of the local governance. I'd like all of us to express our gratitude to our partners, to the communities of the European Union and the rest of the world for the support given to Ukraine, which is fighting the Russian aggression. I'd like to express my gratitude to your support provided to the sustainable growth of the communities and your support given to Ukraine en route. It's becoming a full-fledged UN member. Thank you very much. Now, we are watched online, and let's give us a round of applause.
На завершення.
Now, to wrap up, there are questionnaires. Please hand in those questionnaires, and you see our colleagues, Yulia, for example, and thank you very much. That's a wrap. The conference is over, and see you at our Ukrainian Municipal Forum this year, which is this year. Thank you very much.